It's not about Israel. Israel is just the invisible box, the invisible house, the invisible lines that they, the cult, have drawn and gotten us to focus on as being the bad guy. That's funny. Pretty sure he didn't need the flag on there. The bandana there, that's not sticking out very far. But hey, at least he's thorough. Looks like garage door work to me. Look like garage door rails. Yummy. Like, share, sub. Do what you gotta do. Gee, I wonder if this video is going to be allowed to have the numbers yesterday's video had. I doubt it. But hey, let's hope it does. Like, share, sub. Take 2 seconds to share this feed on your Facebook. Get those people here. So yeah, it's not about Israel, because Israel is just it's like Free Palestine, right? Free Palestine is the thing that we're allowed to say. It's the acceptable protest slogan, whatever you want to say. It means fuck Jayism, right? But we can't say that. I can't even say it here because I don't want my feed to be compromised. But it's not about, I saw this video today. This small woman in a pink shirt, like a congressional thing or whatever, and she's been arrested, and she's being like sexually assaulted while being wasn't take like it's such, it says a lot, right? And of course she's supposedly a J. Well, she's clearly a J. And she's saying, not all of us are about this, and we should be, look at what happens when you speak out against it, right? But the issue is, like, as I've been asking repeatedly for quite some time, give me something good. Give me, some good thing that the Jays are known for, or that they do, or whatever, that justifies accommodation of a disgusting cult. Disgusting. Just disgusting cult. My family was, who gives a shit? What the hell does that have to do with it? Why is it that you would need to maintain the connection to the cult in order for you to have an identity? If you really are all about truth and you're all about unity and equality, then that cult needs to go. There's no questioning that. And until people are willing to say that, it just doesn't matter what they say. Does anybody think like the Nixon cult, whatever they're called, Nixium or whatever, the one that disappeared, and you guys remember the bullshit shooting? Do you guys remember that shit? They had set up a compound just on the southern side of the border, and like the video that came out, I remember it like, apparently it's the grandfather is filming the smoking rubble, the car that his relatives were in. I think it was his kids and his kid and his grandkids were in. And he's filming it, and apparently their bodies are in, but they're not. They just claim that their burnt up children's bodies are in the back. If you pay attention to the video, you see there's nobody in the back seat, but they claim that's what it is. Dad, And it seems like he doesn't realize it's recording at first, because he turns on the waterworks after the fact. Like, okay, do I got this recording now? Morning, Matt. But apparently the cartel had shot up the vehicles. Now, if you pay attention, like it's always interesting how in any of these incidents, they're never driving some piece of shit car like I am. They're always driving like a brand new Chevrolet. And in this situation, there were barcodes seen on the windows, which means they were rental cars. And I just, of course, that story just disappeared after they were, why aren't we getting protection from the United States? And you left the United States. Why would you get protection? It's that was part of NXIVM. Well, yeah, it's not spelled that way. It's like NYXCXIM or some shit like that. But yeah, they were NXIVM members or NXIVM or whatever you call it. And it just disappeared. I mean, the story just went the fuck away after the initial shock. Oh, look at the dead children still smoldering in the back seat. It just disappeared. And I think a lot of you haven't quite, grasped the idea that if it's on TV, it's a really good chance it's manufactured. It's there because they want it to be. Every time you hear about some sort of shooting or whatever and it's national news, I live in Detroit, man. Just outside Detroit, for those who... I live just outside Detroit, but the Detroit news, I mean, there are shootings every day here. None of which make national news. Why not? It's all manufactured. It's all designed to make us think certain ways, certain times, all that. And it's the more I go in this direction, the more I realize it's all about distracting us from Israel. Distracting us from what Israel's doing and any sort of accountability to be had by the Jays in Israel. It's all distraction. Everything is distraction. Algo! How's it going, man? I really value Algo being here because, like, a lot of you weren't here. Algo's been here for years. And he was here back when I was saying all of these exact same things and being told that I'm crazy. Being told that I'm wrong and that it's got to be something else. It's Switzerland. It's the Democrats. I love that it's the Democrats argument. And there are people that, multiple people. Matt says he used to be in the same boat where he initially fell for the Trump ruse. Algo fell for the Trump ruse. Algo was a big, just wait and see kind of guy. And I could never understand, like, what is it? Why is this fooling you? No, globalists. Yeah, globalists. Right, because you watch Alex Jones, right? And Alex Jones calls them globalists. Like, what is a globalist? Who is a globalist? How does that work? What lineage do they have? What are we talking about here? And this is ignoring the evidence available. It's not just the big, powerful globalist, as you want to say. It's the average, everyday non-globalist. It's your average, everyday Jay that keeps this thing going. It's not the globalists that are beating up random citizens and I mean, have you seen it? Stop arguing for the lies you have been fed all your life. World Economic Forum. Right. The World Economic Forum is a thing. Right? The World Economic Forum is manned, is housed, is run by people. And the people at the top of that pyramid just like every other pyramid, are J's. The World Economic Forum, the United Nations, the WHO, all those things, those are just the symptoms of the problem. But those are their creation. They created those things to manufacture the reality. Because if it was all just the J world order and this, that, and the other, and it was just obvious, then we wouldn't do it. We'd oppose it. And I see this everywhere, and it's really bugging me because, you know, you're seeing this huge spike in Tartaria stuff. Tartaria is really starting to blow up, and I don't know, did Putin release some more information? I don't know. I don't fucking know. But Tartaria is one of the best distractions that they give us. And it's because Tartaria is true. The best distractions are always the truth. And Tartaria is one of these fantastic distractions because it's so obviously true. And they you know, anything you look into Tartaria wise, you look at an older building, one of these old skyscrapers or whatever it is, and you think, I wonder if this fits the Tartaria narrative. And then you go look up the history and you find out that this building was built in 1819. That's it. Or 1919, sorry, not 18. 1919. 1 year, 7 months, 8 months. Had a fire story. Had a this, had a that. No construction photos or 2 construction photos. And you know, the construction company and all of the details and the logistics of it are all just lost. But trust that this building was built. Like, you're always gonna find that. It's easy to find, and they have it that way on purpose. You're looking up this information on the system that they provide you. And if you know anything about Wiki or anything like that, you know that they manufacture it. They you know, if you go in there and it happens to be something you can edit, your edit will show up from your perspective. But, you know, as soon as the edit's made, the computer flags it, and then whoever the human watchdogs that are in charge of it are, they then see that and they decide whether your edit is fits the narrative or doesn't. And if it doesn't, they just remove it. Makes you start to question history. Well, I've always questioned it. I've been denying slavery and the Native American genocide for longer than I've been focused on this. And of course, it's made me the pariah. It's made me the bad guy. No one else wants slavery to be a reality more than black people. No one else wants the Native American genocide to be real more than Native Americans do. And it's crazy because those narratives make black people, make natives look stupid, make them look weak. You know, the notion of slavery is laughable when you actually think about it. You know, just hundreds, thousands of people all being taken over by this small group of white guys who are funded by the Jays and believe in God, and they're just able to do anything they want to do. The Native Americans just kept signing treaties with the white people who reneged on the treaties over and over again. Why would they ever sign a second, third, fifth treaty with the white people? And I know a lot of you will make a big deal out of it and be like, oh, well, the white people had guns. They had fucking muskets and shit. They had guns where they could shoot one bullet every couple minutes. Not very accurately. And the natives and whatnot were skilled hunters with a bow and arrow. But they couldn't use it on the white folks. Damian Michael, this is a new guy I watch a lot of. I think he's great, but he's so jaded. And he's honest, but he's also manipulated. And he's very much like, it's like he tries to offend white people because it's, well, I mean, if you look at a person of color, a black person who's been alive for in the last 100 years, it's really understandable why black people don't like white people. Europe had guns, right? Yep. And disease the natives had no immunity to. Yep, that's the narrative you're given. The natives they were felled by a cold. They had no immunity. Let me ask you this. Where's your immune system? Point to it. Somebody show me what your immune system is. Do you know that during this time and up until the 1880s, the idea of invading germs, of little bitty germs and microscopic germs that you can't see that are constantly trying to invade you, if not for your immune system, wasn't a thing. For thousands of years, according to the narrative, we believed that miasma was the cause of sickness, and miasma translates bad air. So the idea that there are dead horses everywhere, like what people don't understand is like you're told that we got better as the vaccines and stuff got better. 1890, the first vaccines are given, and all these. Well, at the same time, we are cleaning up. We're starting to screens are invented for Windows around this time, and like all of us have watched Tom and Jerry, and we never even think about it. Why is Tom and Jerry a thing? Why do so many old cartoons have mice in them? Because mice were everywhere back then. Everybody had mice in their house, and when they were sleeping, mice would bite them. Lice would bite them. Bed bugs would bite them. Mosquitoes and all these other things that can transfer shit directly into your blood. It wasn't some airborne, somebody sneezed and somebody else sneezed, and that's not how it worked. And once we started filling in the gaps, we started eliminating the rodent problems, and we started, putting screens on windows and shit like that. Once we started cleaning up, there weren't just dead horses in the middle of the streets that were covered in horse shit. People didn't just piss in a chamber pot and then throw it in the road. Once we started modernizing things, the sicknesses went away. Germ theory was invented in the late 1800s. 1880s. Yep. And it's bullshit. I like how the Indians rode horses without saddles. Yeah, isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? I mean, it's the Native American story is a manufactured reality. The whole thing. And it doesn't quite stand up to scrutiny. But that's how we're supposed to believe everything. The whole, like I say this all the time, every single one of you, I can tell you exactly what you believe, right? That's part of it. If you get rid of the disease-carrying mosquitoes and rats and illnesses decline, yes, that's only one part of the puzzle because diseases have lots of variation. Right. I asked you already. Instead of answering my question, you talked about something else. What is your immune system? Point to it. Show me what your immune system is. All of you believe, this is what all of you believe. All of you believe that one day, the person that ends up being patient zero is just walking around, minding their own business, when suddenly flu, COVID, whatever you want to say, just manifests inside them. They just suddenly become this. Now, as they walk around, and they cough and they sneeze and they do all these things. This is what puts everyone in danger, right? Because suddenly, once this person manifests this thing inside them, now their body, every time they cough and sneeze, you have one of two things happening. When they cough and sneeze, either A, the cloud comes out, and it's a greenish cloud, light green with little red dots in it, even though it's invisible. White blood cells. Yeah, that's your immune system, huh? That's the best you can come up with. Which should tell you something. So you think that the person is now, they've manifested this thing, and now as they're walking around, they cough, the cloud comes out. Now, if the cloud is in a room that doesn't have ventilation, the cloud will just sit there waiting for somebody else to walk through it. And then when somebody walks through the cloud and they breathe in or whatever, the little germs go up their nose, in their mouth, and make them sick. The other thing that you believe is COVID sauce, right? You believe that the person that's sick, if they cough here, we're all safe. But if they cough here, oh fucking boy. Oh boy. Here everything's good. Here we're all dead. Here it's under control. Here it's a pandemic, right? The person coughs on their hand, and now they have COVID sauce all over their hand. It's invisible, of course, but it's this COVID sauce. And the thing about COVID sauce, like, this is the problem. You just haven't given it much thought. But what they tell you germs are is kind of like gravity, right? Germs would have to be this super intelligent, super, capable life form. Because the germs are you cough, get when the cloud comes out, it's not like sickness time, it's not like flu season or even COVID. It is in the summertime when it's warm, when the temperature outside matches the temperature inside our bodies. You all believe that these germs that manifest and have only existed within a 98.6 degree body, or whatever your body temperature is, that they can be expelled from that wet, hot environment and just be, now they float. Now they're and it's 50, 60, 40 degrees, 30 degrees, whatever it is. The germs, they exist. They're protected. They can survive that 40, 50, 60 degree swing like it's nothing. And what you don't understand too is that you believe that the germs are this self-replicating, intelligent creature. Like I say, you get the COVID sauce on your hand. Now the COVID sauce, invisible COVID sauce is on your hand. Now, you go touch a doorknob, you go touch a pen at the doctor's office, you touch the wall, you touch the countertop. Now, COVID sauce goes from wherever you touched, it goes from you to whatever you touched. And then it just sits there. Again, it's this intelligent thing that sets up this home base. And it just waits for the next person to come by and touch that door handle. And when the next person comes and touches the door handle, the intelligent, self-replicating COVID sauce goes from the handle to their hand. And now they have the COVID sauce on their hands. And as they walk around, if they go and wash their hands, obviously they can wash the COVID sauce off their hands. But if they happen to pick their nose like we all do, or pick something in their mouth or whatever, then those germs jump off of wherever they are and run inside the mouth, nose, whatever, and get the person sick. Because they know, they can see these things. They go from the 50 degree environment back into the 98.6 degree environment. And they just self-replicate. And you all believe a version of that. I don't think they are intelligent. They would have to be. They would have to be. To be able to navigate going from 98.6 degrees to 50 degrees, 40 degrees, there would have to be some sort of intelligence there. And then for it to be sitting there and waiting for the next person, it stays alive on top of the countertop, the 40-degree countertop, 50-degree countertop. It stays alive just waiting. And then if that person comes by and touches the handle for a second, brushes their arm against it, the COVID sauce knows to grab on, to stick to their finger somehow. And then it knows that if you touch your face, then oh, jump off the hand and now onto the face. And it has to be. And it's this life form that is essentially trying to kill the host. Because that makes sense. And of course, the germs, this idea of germs, why are they called germs? Why is Germany called Germany? It just so happens that the bad guys, the super big bads of the early 20th century in the 1900s, 1800s, this was all Germany. The germs. Even though the Germans call themselves the Deutsch, they're from Deutschland, they speak Deutsch, for some reason we call them Germany, and the bad guys, or the invaders, the invisible invaders, are also called germs. I mean, every single person, if you, well, I guess I can't say every single person, but if you've ever been in any sort of relationship, long-term, whatever, even when it's not long-term, when you're young and you just want to fuck, you've had a spouse, a girlfriend, or whatever that got sick. And during that time, you weren't like, oh no, you stay away from me, you're quarantined, blah, blah, blah. No, you slept next to that person in bed with them breathing on you all night long in your hot environment, your enclosed house, your little enclosed room. And that person coughed and sneezed and breathed all their COVID sauce all over you all night. And you didn't get sick. Anybody that smokes pot has smoked pot with sick people before and not gotten sick. And again, you believe that you don't get sick because standing at the doorways, if you have a strong enough immune system, are the white blood cell ninjas. And they attack anything that comes in there. And you can boost that with a steroid shot. You can make your immune system stronger with some steroids.
It's Kenmore, right? The dryer. Kenmore.
Yeah. That's an interesting linguistic connection. Disease, science aside, I am curious about whether or not there's a connection there. All it takes is that little fucking, that first domino to fall before you start realizing, wait a minute, it's all bullshit. When you look into germ theory, and how about this? How about the fact it's still called germ theory? It's not the fact of germs. It's called germ theory. Because it's bullshit. You never realize that everything they tell you is death, doom, and gloom. Everything. Every belief structure that you're given, because you don't come up with it yourself. Everything that you're given is death, doom, and gloom. Whether it's religion, whether it's round earth bullshit, whatever it is, it's all about making you think that you are, you could die at any minute. Just look at every belief structure there is, right? Every single one. So if you believe in God, well then, like Christians. For Christians, the very best thing that could happen is that Jesus comes floating out of the sky, and as soon as he touches the ground, the 28 good Christians that exist on the planet all get raptured, while the rest of us, the 8 billion people still in, well, even if it's all the Christians only make up 1.5 billion or so people. So out of that 8 billion, 6.5 to 7 are all going to die a horrible Armageddon death. So a handful of you can go to heaven early. That's your best case scenario. If you believe in a round earth, in your head, somewhere in your head, and it's not even that deep, that buried. Somewhere in your head, you believe that at any point, and this could be exploited too, all the system has to do is say, there's an asteroid coming towards Earth, and everybody's just going to believe it and flip the fuck out. Because you've already been told that a much more superior version of creature lived here. Dinosaurs, big giant lizards, with their fucking claws and their teeth. They were all wiped out by a rock falling out of the sky. So you always have that in your head that we could die at any point. You believe in pole shifts, right? Any point. And the thing about all of these things is we're long overdue. We're long overdue for Jesus to come down. We're long overdue for another rock to fall out of the sky. We're long overdue for a pole shift to happen where the poles of the earth just reverse and suddenly everything is thrown into term. They found woolly mammoth with grass still in its mouth, chewing the cud. Meaning it must have been flash frozen when that happened. And of course, you don't get to see that, right? You don't get to see the actual woolly mammoth. You just have to trust the Jays that are telling you. You are a waste of oxygen. That's what somebody stupid that can't argue anything I'm saying, that's what they say in defense. $100. Try 100 and see if 75. I have it for 75. No, I have it for 100 and I'm willing to take 75. For the drugs. Actually, I learned the opposite. Billions of years ago, we only got hit by a planet killer asteroid once. No, we didn't. I mean, that's sort of the narrative, right? But there's the thing about that is, at this point, they can blow anything they want up and then just say, oh, it was an asteroid that fell out of the sky. And the last one that hit, or almost hit, was in Siberia in like the early 19s, something like that. But, this planet was hit by all sorts of things. And there's the asteroid belt, and there's always, every year they pull this bullshit of, oh, an asteroid is gonna fly near the Earth, and it's a humanity killer, and it's all these things. But don't worry, it's gonna be far off. It's not gonna hit us, but it could hit us. We are lucky to be where we are, according to them. Right? Be thankful. Just wait for that pole shift. Wait for that ice age. Oh, an ice age could happen. We're long overdue for an ice age. Everything is about death, doom, and gloom. And you don't realize, it's all on purpose. That is true. Most of it is marketing for ad revenue. I mean, again, there's the people out there that talk about, oh, all you need to do is follow the money, follow the money. Dude, they print the fucking money. The money is not there for them. The money is there so we don't have it, so the Goyim don't have it. That's the purpose of money. It's not because so they can have more. And what's the difference between $10 billion and $20 billion? My hands are full. You could put it out. Once you have $10 million in the bank, you never have to worry about anything again. You could just live a great life, but why don't they? Money is not there for us to have. It's for us not to have, to wish we had it. It's just more of that psychological damage that's done to us. They print it. They don't even print it. Shit, half the time they just add a digital zero to an account, and now you have more money. But it's all there to it's all there to distract us. The reality is it's all a distraction. Everything I've talked about, as true as it might be, or as controversial or whatever as it might be, it doesn't compare to the fact that there is a literal genocide taking place right fucking now. Right now, the Israelis are dropping bombs on women and children because all of the men have already been killed or arrested, taken hostage. And the women and children have had their houses and shit burnt and blown up already. So they're all in these tents now. They're in tent cities. And Israel is dropping American-made bombs from American-made planes on women and children in tents. I think I agree with the underlying point. I just don't think the Jays are doing it. It's a massive corporations and billionaires. Yeah, well, who is in charge of those? Like, the massive corporations are not things. They're not people. They're not entities that just operate on their own. There has to be a top. And when you look at who gets the most benefit, like who's the ones that benefited from the PC movement? Women are still, mistreated and it's not equal. Black people sure as shit aren't equal. Gays, obviously it's better for all of these groups, but it's not like equal. However, for some reason, we all think we're not supposed to talk about the Jays. We're not supposed to blame them. We're not even supposed to talk about them, really. But we're not supposed to, look at what they do. They're the ones that have gotten away from scrutiny, from even conversation. Mostly the Irish, if you look at the statistics. What are you talking about? When was the last time the Irish were given $3.8 billion a year from the United States? Just the United States. And that's just the base amount. By the end of each year, Israel's been given way more than 3.8 billion. But show me the other group that gets that. The other first world country that gets that so they can murder people. We could sit here and talk about the Irish all day and my feed's not going to be fucked with. My feed, nobody's going to get in trouble. Nobody's going to be like, "Oh, don't say Irish. That's a terror. Don't. That's a slur if we want it to be." No. There's only one group that lives in that protective bubble. Where people self-police. And the thing is, when you have the truth, when you're on the right side of things, you want to be scrutinized. You want to be questioned so that you can educate and help people understand things. That's not how they operate. Look at the ad hominem bullshit that's coming now. All these guys were silent when I was talking about germs and all that other shit. As soon as I start talking about the Jays, we have all these people coming in telling me I shouldn't talk about that. And you look like this and blah, 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 all this other bullshit. They're so stupid, they think calling me one of them is an insult. Right? That's how stupid they are. We're talking about the people that say if you open the books on Israel, you demonize Israel. How many of you feel that way about yourself? If people look into your history, that's going to demonize you. I would imagine most of us don't feel that way. What do you do with the criticism that isn't accurate? If I accused you of killing babies, wouldn't you want to stop me to stop? I don't even understand the connection there. What do I do with the criticism that isn't accurate? I point it out. Instead of talking about what I'm talking about and telling me what I'm wrong about, somebody's going to start making up some other dumb shit because that's, people argue what they can argue. I know you think it is accurate, but they don't. I don't know what you mean. Again, don't know what part you're talking about. Think about what the way it works. Don't told to think a certain way. Think about it. Come to your own conclusion on the thing. Again, do you think if I look into you, North the Laughing Fox, if I look into your history, is that going to demonize you? The kingdom person tried to do the nigger thing in comments, but they're so dumb they put an F instead of the second G. That's how stupid my opposition is. And again, instead of telling me what I'm wrong about or explaining something, they're trying to use the manufactured, protections. They have orchestrated and manipulated black people into committing crimes based on a word. This is MK Ultra at its finest, right? Black people who normally wouldn't do this kind of shit will commit crimes, will assault their brothers and sisters over a word. The sort of backbone of MK Ultra, the stereotype thing about them is that they, you calls you or whatever, and they say a phrase, a phrase that normally you wouldn't hear. The eagle on the porch sits till noon and then drops a turd on a Friday bathhouse, whatever. And you hear that, and you ceases to continue, and this manufactured personality comes into place and goes and does the Sirhan killing of Bobby Kennedy kind of thing. Sirhan said, look, obviously I did it. The pictures, I don't remember any of it. I was at home, I was cleaning, the phone rang. Next thing I know, somebody's taking my picture while I'm sitting there with Bobby Kennedy's dead body or dying body. And Sirhan has connection to MK Ultra. But when you think like the idea of you get a phrase is said to you, and then you turn into this robot who does something you normally wouldn't do, well, that's what nigger has been turned into. For anybody to get upset about that is just stupid. Especially when you know like the motivation behind it. When somebody is like, that's not an acceptable thing in our society, right? That's something that's only done in extreme cases. And it's usually done when a white person is really upset about something, but they can't, you have upset them. You have hurt their feelings. You have pointed out something they've done. So now they want to get you back. And because they can't actually get you back in any legitimate form, they just say the word. And now you're supposed to, robot mode, I am going to assault you. Which actually works out for the Jays, right? Because, so the black person physically assaults you. They go to a jail, a prison, which Jays own. While you go to the hospital, where Jays own it. Your insurance rates go up that Jays own. All these benefits come to the Jays because you were dumb enough to say a word to a person dumb enough to get upset about it. Just think about it. It's so stupid. It's such clownish behavior for somebody to get mad at some, desperate idiot who is desperately trying to hurt you, so they use a word that we're not supposed to say. Like it's fucking goofy. You have to think further than they want you to. What? Just look at the comments. What American person is going?
President Trump is stripping Harvard's tax-exempt status.
Yep.
After the school's failure to address anti-Semitism on campus.
Anti-Semitism.
It's what they deserve.
Well, and the key is the anti-Semitism, right? Because they're not saying the anti-J perspective or anything like that. They're literally telling you the truth. It's because there is opposition to policy or predisposition favorable to the Jays. They're telling you the truth. It is anti-Semitism. It's just that you think anti-Semitism is some racist conspiracy theorist, one of these words that have been given to us to prevent us from talking about things. You think anti-Semitism is one of those words. You don't understand that I figured this out a while ago. And I've been telling people to look up the definition of Semitism for 10 years at least. Because, for me, just being a normal, reasonably intelligent person, I looked at what it was. And it's interesting, too, because Trump has the coalition against, the coalition against anti-Semitism or something like that, whatever it's called, but it's called something anti-Semitism, and it's spelled the old way, ANTI capital SEMITISM. That's the way the word was spelled for over 100 years. And one went on into the wall and was a person. Yep, because that's the best somebody can do. Do I expect people to be able to actually have reasonable arguments? No. They don't know things. This person is just some stupid ass who thinks they're clever, but they can't actually debunk or deny anything I'm saying. So they have to say something stupid, and that's what they do. Right? What American is all about giving Israel $3.8 billion a year? Why are Americans not coming out angry at Trump for destroying the First Amendment? But again, anti-Semitism was ANTI-SEMI or capital ANTI hyphen capital SEMITISM until 2020 when they had congressional hearing. I'm not really even sure how that works. Like, I've never heard of another word that existed as far back as people alive know, that the system just decided it needed to have a spelling change. I've never heard of that in any other way. But they decided that it should go from ANTI hyphen capital SEMITISM to ANTI SEMITISM. All one word, all lowercase. And the stated reason for doing this was because they didn't want us, Goyim, thinking that anti-Semitism opposed something called Semitism. They literally are pretending like Semitism isn't a thing. Yeah, of course, Matt. That's what they do. That's what they have to do. Right? This is how they have to operate, because these are all the same people that never have anything negative to say about pedophiles. They never have anything negative to say about the genocide. They just come to my feed every single day to watch me talk shit and then be the example of the stupid I'm always talking about. Just think about what, again, don't be told. Think about it. Look at it. Look at it for what it truly is. If I'm wrong about this stuff, why aren't there more people in here telling me exactly what I'm wrong about instead of crybaby talking shit? Nobody's going to be able to come up with, oh, I'm wrong or I'm lying or whatever when it comes to the anti-Semitism thing. This is facts. There's no way around it. It's a fact that it was spelled a certain way for 100 years plus and was originally coined to be exactly what it was, to oppose the policy and predisposition favorable to Jays. In the 1880s in Germany, that's when it was first coined. And so when they tell you over and over again, that's anti-Semitism, you should say, fuck yeah, it is. Proudly. They're not lying. People want to say, oh, they just label this, that, but they're telling the truth. You know, they're like when they say that around about 11 or 1200, depending on what story it is, people in Israel were killed on October 7th. They don't say around 1100 Israelis were killed. They say people in Israel were killed because it's true. Immediately after the supposed attack, Israel bragged about having killed 1,500 Hamas within the Israeli borders. So when the narrative says that around 1,100 people were killed, well, you are the one that assumes it's Israel or it's Israelis. They just tell you a version of the truth that's kind of true. It's true, but it's not completely true.
I'm going to be slammed for my response. So much for the Constitution of free speech. Funny how these measures get taken when one group gets protested against, yet not others. When this group is the one committing genocide and has been for decades. But shh, can't talk about that, right?
Exactly.
You know how many people have responded to that? They'll say, oh, they should have to pay taxes too, and good for them. And, you know, well, they're the rich people. Well, guess what? If this shit is happening against rich people, it's going to happen against poor people.
Exactly. What's next?
Right.
If it's happening to Harvard,
right.
What do you think Schoolcraft College is going to be able to do?
Exactly. Who cares, you know, how rich the parents are?
And where are all these parents? Where are all the parents of the Harvard students who already paid for their kid to go there? Paid astronomical amounts of money for their kid to go there. And now their education is being threatened for free speech.
So when I looked up the stats, they did show that 2 people had been expelled for it. But what they didn't show is how many people had scholarships revoked from doing it. They were allowed to remain there if they could afford it.
Right.
But don't get their scholarships anymore. That's the numbers I could not find anything about. Pretty interesting.
Or how many people were threatened with these things, so they were like, fuck it.
Stopped,
right. I'm not going to risk my life over this.
No, your ears aren't playing a trick on you. Those metallic sounds you're hearing are actually coming from the rocks.
Oh my gosh. You know, you see this just everywhere. Right? Like, Donald Trump hates America. I don't know why this isn't a more, vocal statement and prominent statement.
Well,
he is
America as long as it's white, rich men.
He doesn't. America, the idea of America, first foremost, is free speech, freedom of religion, freedom to redress the grievances of the government, freedom of assembly, and which one am I forgetting? Speech, assembly, government, religion, and oh my God, I can't believe I'm forgetting this right now. Free speech, redress your grievances, freedom, and assembly, religion, and that's fucking fifth part. Protest, the right to protest. Yeah, this is the First Amendment. This is what America was supposedly founded on, the Boston Tea Party and all this other bullshit. These are protests. These are free speech protests. Freedom of press. Oh, that was the one I was missing. Freedom of press. And we are all press. There aren't credentials that you can be given that make you press. Everyone is press. What Trump is doing, literally, it eviscerates the element of that. Every one of them. And it's all regarding the criticism of a foreign country using American-made weapons, bombs, money to commit genocide against another foreign country. And that means we should lose our rights? Think about this shit, man. Why are we all okay with this? This should be This should be like the story that was covered up by COVID when Trump and Epstein were charged with the rape of a 13-year-old girl. But that girl and her family couldn't deal with all of the harassment and bullshit that came their way, so they had to back out. How about Virginia Giuffre? You know, she was saying repeatedly she's not suicidal. If something happens to her, no, it was done to her, and blah, blah, blah. They had to tie up the loose ends. Because all of it's coming out. Like, again, all of this is what matters. You know, we can argue about historical bullshit, all of which is given to us by the Jays who control the narrative. We could do that all day, and that's what they want us to do.
What do you like about it?
They want us to argue about the shape of the earth. They want us to argue about, ooh, Trump versus Biden and all that. They want us doing that. They don't make it illegal to talk about those things. Yet, whenever somebody makes something illegal, whenever somebody tells you not to talk about something, or they come in talking shit, trying to get you to, you know, trying to distract, it's because they can't talk about it the other way. They can't debunk what you're saying. They can't deny what you're saying, so they tell you not to say it. Belch. Think about Ben Swan. You guys remember Ben Swan? That you know, looked into Pizzagate. Pizzagate, one of those things that if you have anything sort of associated with it, YouTube, Facebook, oh, they take that shit down now. They tell you you're not supposed to talk about it. You're not supposed to look into this thing and then realize what you're looking at is bullshit and move on, because that's what it would be. That's what happens with the Bible. You know, it's bullshit. If you look into it, you realize it's bullshit. But when it comes to shit like Pizzagate, when it comes to shit like Israel, all that, they know that if you look into it, you're going to just keep going. It's the same reason why, you know, the 30th anniversary of the Oklahoma City bombing just passed. If I bring up Oklahoma City bombing, shit, a lot of you don't even know what I'm talking about. If you're younger than me, there's a good chance you don't know what I'm talking about. Yet this is the largest terrorist attack on U.S. soil prior to 9/11, and to this day is still considered the largest domestic terrorist attack on the United States. Of course, you're supposed to believe that a Ryder truck full of fertilizer literally evaporated a fucking cutout in a building. You know, a Pac-Man style cutout in a fucking building. It just evaporated all of it. But that was April 19th, 1995. And the 30th anniversary just passed and no one talked about it. Why? Because they know if you look into OKC, you're going to find nothing but shit. If you can find the movie A Noble Lie, you should. A Noble Lie. You know, the thing about conspiracy videos and shit like that is they don't generally tell you how to think. They just present you with a bunch of information that's been left out of the official narrative and ask you, hey, what do you think about that? And A Noble Lie talks about lots of it. Lots of the fucking crazy shit that took place. What did they say the motive was? It was just an angry white guy. Because it was only Timothy McVeigh. And then the other guy, who was the other guy? Timothy McVeigh. And obviously there's John Doe number 2, who the entire country was looking for 2 months until Janet Reno came out and was like, hey, there's no such thing as John Doe number 2. Go back to sleep. And everybody was like, oh, okay, cool. Oh, shit.
Hopefully Hopefully it will let me send it to you. If not, I'll send it through Discord messages if it fails.
I mean, it's just fucking crazy. It's crazy how all of this exists and we're not supposed to talk about it. Shouldn't OKC and the like 49 babies or some shit that was killed, can't remember what the actual number is, but the babies that were killed, shouldn't they be remembered every year? Shouldn't there be a memorial to them? I mean, 9/11 comes around every year and it's not really mentioned because they don't want people looking into it. You know, they don't want us to like, with what we have available to us now. Prior to the internet, every single year, Pearl Harbor Day was a big fucking day, and people would, you know, there would be that mourning and that all that shit that would happen. Until the internet came around, and now people can actually look into it and be like, hey, isn't it weird that there's like live footage of this shit happening? Back in the day when cameras were the size of phone booths, and they just happen to have live footage of that. You know, TWA Flight 800, September 1996, I believe, 96 or 97. 283 passengers and crew were killed when the military shot a fucking rocket at a plane just after takeoff. Witnessed by tens of people, saw the light come up from the sea as the plane was you know, it had taken off, and as it's going out, the rocket comes up, and once the rocket goes behind the cloud cover, it seemingly intercepts the plane. Obviously, you know, you can't see it behind the clouds, but it intercepts the plane. There's a huge explosion, and then the wreckage falls down, and tens of people saw it. And then the radar, the special, not regular radar, the special like military radar, shows that there was a military convoy, a Navy convoy, was in the area at the time and shown speeding 30 knots in the other direction, which isn't how it's supposed to work. If there's a maritime emergency, it's like an unwritten rule that everybody with a boat or the ability to help is to come try to help. And yet the military was seen speeding in the other direction, and the whole thing was covered up, and it's like, if you look into it, it's just as crazy as it gets. But the thing I always wonder is where are all of the relatives? Like, doesn't matter what you're talking about. It could be OKC, it could be TWA Flight 800, it could be the Vegas shooting, the Pulse nightclub thing, the San Bernardino thing, any of these things. And for some reason, none of the people that were killed are related to someone like me. Someone who will say shit. Where are all the relatives of all these people? You know, I believe my family to be Operation Paperclip. Project Paperclip, Operation Paperclip, whatever one it is. The thing where the United States and Russia divvied up the Nazi scientists, engineers, all, you know, the Nazi system, brought those Nazis over here, gave them new identities, and set them up with really great lives. I believe my family is part of that. Where is everybody else? Thousands of people were brought over in that thing. Where are all the people? None of those, stop him. None of those people are related to me? You know, it's everywhere. The information you're given is so much more telling than people realize. Like, I don't think people realize just how janky the San Bernardino narrative is. And instead of trying to figure it out, they just go, nah, that's janky, I'm not, yeah, whatever. I believe it. Whatever. Yet all you have to do is go look it up. Go look up the official Wikipedia breakdown of the San Bernardino shooting, and you will see a story that just don't make no sense. At least not naturally. I mean, it makes sense if you say it's all manufactured bullshit, but that's the only way it makes sense. Isn't it interesting? 6 people watching, 3 likes. Yesterday, I was allowed to get 2,400 views. Must have been some sort of glitch, or maybe they were testing things out. I'm never really sure how that works when it happens. But obviously, if that can happen, that's what should happen. Why would that have happened yesterday but not today? Why did it happen prior to February 8th or whatever it is? Every day I was getting thousands, if not tens of thousands of views. And then suddenly it just stops. You think that's naturally how things work? Is that just how the internet works? You do really well, you build up your audience to a point where you're getting tens of thousands of views, and then it just stops. All those people that were watching you, they just decide at the same time, nah, fuck it. This guy who's been talking about these same things, the things that I was interested in when he was saying them yesterday, now I'm just like, nah, I know everything's coming true, and everything he said is true, and every day more and more Israel is the nightmare stories come out. But he's wrong. I'm done. I don't want to watch anymore. It says everything. It's the same thing as why these same fucking trolls come here every single day. Every day they get ignored. They provide the stupidity I'm talking about. That part gets pointed out. But they get ignored and made fun of. And yet they instead of doing anything else in the world, instead of watching any other feed, instead of cleaning their house, instead of making love to their spouse, whatever it is, they're going to come here and watch me make fun of them. Makes so much sense, doesn't it? The thing is, again, if you're just honest with yourself, you'll think you've watched hundreds, if not thousands, of different feeds and videos and all that shit over the time that you've been here, and you've never seen anything like what you see on my feed. All these trolls, you don't see these trolls on anybody else's page. They have 0 subscribers, 0 subscriptions, they're fake pages, and all they do is come here and talk shit to the guy who thinks we should kill pedos and remove the J Menace. I saw someone yesterday who usually has 15 watching have 650 for a couple hours. Oh, okay. Must have been something good about yesterday then, huh? What do you guys think about these things? How does this work? I got a friend, Hogo, right? Hogo films things and he's actually a really great journalist at the end of the day. And Hogo posted a video yesterday of, the French authorities taking down the protests and kind of fucking with people. That video had 15 shares and 11.9 thousand views. Why do you think that is? It's the same reason why, whenever police are doing horrible shit, they'll attack everyone in the group except the guy with the camera. Knowing that the camera's filming, knowing that that video is probably going to go on YouTube.
Winter in Yellowstone National Park transformed
But they don't, because they want us seeing that shit.
heavy snowfall bring additional danger.
You know, they want us to see the police violating us and doing all that and nothing being done about it.
Someone lost or trapped in this war.
They want you to see the police disrupting the protest and shutting shit. They want that.
Yellowstone,
They don't want you seeing the unification aspect of things.
you can bring a smile to
You know, they don't want people seeing a page like you would think reality would just say, with a page like mine, why don't they just let it go and let the people self-police me? Why don't you just let me be wrong? It's the same thing as like I was saying with Pizzagate and stuff.
during times when Liz doesn't
If the reality is it's bullshit, then they should allow people to look in and figure out that it's bullshit.
We're going to work on finding somebody who's been
But they know, like with my feed, if they let me go, I'm going to resonate with too many people. There are too many people thinking the same shit I'm thinking.
have an advantage finding a person
You know, they just don't have it in them to say it.
never met before.
They have too much to lose. They've been frightened. They've been bullied.
No idea this little hole
They've been programmed,
in what would simulate someone buried
right?
in an avalanche. They handed her a chew toy so that when
What country do you think were the good guys?
in danger, breeze grew outside.
The wars were, especially the world wars, were not about good and bad. First of all, World War I and II were about establishing Israel. First and foremost, it was all about establishing Israel. Secondly, they used these wars to destroy all of the ancient fucking architecture and tech. There would have been too many, if all of that shit that, like, if you look at the old pictures of the cities, the oldest pictures where you're seeing a sprawling fucking metropolis, multiple skyscrapers and ornate buildings and all these things, as far as the eye could see, by now we would have a lot of questions about that shit. Who the fuck built all that? How did they build it all? How, I mean, go, I see, what did I see? I saw a video of, maybe it was France or some place in Europe. And you just look at it and you think, like, they were able to tame the waterways and build these the Palace of Versailles. The Palace of Versailles is we can't build that today. It's just not possible. The French, the video I was talking about was a French museum of something or other. Like the main French museum, and they were talking about how these museums are just places where, like, they show off all the shit they've stolen throughout the years. But if you just look around, you can see so much of it. Just who the fuck built all that? When? How?
Despite the deep snow,
This is Venice. What Venice was built on.
Right. This is amazing. Venice wasn't built on solid ground. It was built on millions of wooden logs driven deep into the seafloor. Since the year 421 AD, this floating city has defied both time and engineering logic. Because it's not true. While most cities stand on bedrock or concrete, Venice rises on a forest of waterlogged timber. Yes, wood. The thing about it is, for some strange reason, these particular trees in this particular region, all of the molecules of wood have been replaced by silica and salt from the water, making it into a concrete-like structure. Specifically, elder trees, a type that does not rot underwater. When buried in clay and soaked in salty water, this wood doesn't decay, it petrifies. Show me. Show me. Over centuries, it hardens, becoming nearly as tough as stone. Well, how the fuck did they know that? What were they basing that on?
people envisioned the hiking trails of Zion National Park before they even
Over a timeless wonder still holding up an entire city, St. Mark's Campanile rests on 100,000 wooden piles. The Grand Basilica di Salute required over 1 million. Where the fuck did they get these? The settlers of Venice were fleeing from Rome, and they apparently found this area, and just went around cutting down trees and then driving them into the seafloor. How? What did they use to drive something? You know, you have to take the level from the top of the water all the way down to the seafloor.
And they just cut the tops off.
Yeah, that makes sense. But why build the city on water? In the early 5th century, Italy was under attack by barbarian tribes. Fleeing the invasions, people sought refuge in the muddy, marshy Venetian lagoon. The water was their wall, a natural fortress that enemies couldn't cross. This is what they tell you it looks like underneath Venice. How the fuck? Look how big the building is. And some of these pillars are 3-4 times the size of the building. Well, what trees were these? These had to be gigantic fucking trees. How did they take them down? How did they move them? Again, how did they drive them down into the seafloor and then way down low beneath it?
How did they go underwater and stack them sideways on each other? Did they have diving suits?
Right.
Or was it that tribe of people that can breathe underwater longer? Look, their spleen
No.
has gotten larger.
No.
It's
No.
not the fishy people?
No.
Pretty incredible though.
And the thing is, there are so many people. How many shares does that have?
12.1 thousand.
12.1 thousand. How many likes?
70,000.
70,000. And I'm sure maybe 1 or 2,000 are laughing emojis, faces.
No, nobody laughed. It's either like, wow, or love.
Nope, you're wrong. 683 laughing faces. 45,000 likes, 17,000 wows, 7,000 loves, and 683 laughing faces. With 297 like care emojis.
Oh, is that on the original post?
Yeah.
Because I was looking at
37 crying emojis and 18 angry faces. So 45,000 people were like, yeah, see? And then they go and they tell somebody. Or they share it and they're like, see, look, this is how Venice was made. And they don't even think to be like, that don't make no sense. I want to know more about the barbarian attackers. Yeah, it's all just bullshit. Everything they tell us is bullshit. Just go look up Old London Bridge. When you look up what Old London Bridge was supposedly used to be, how do you believe it? How do you believe it based on the narrative that you're given? Because it's one thing if you say, yeah, a much more advanced version of us clearly lived and was able to accomplish amazing things. Well, that makes sense. But when you claim that we are the most advanced version of us that has ever existed, and we can't do shit like that, then what does that tell you? I mean, it's just stupid. It's just stupid. And the thing is, they've done such a good job in getting people to attack those who ask questions that everybody either knows not to ask questions because they don't want to get ridiculed, or they just not smart enough to. You hear about the stories of like Napoleon, right? Napoleon commanded hundreds of thousands of troops and they marched all over the place and they did this and they did that. What are the logistics of that? Where do you keep hundreds of thousands of troops? How do you feed them? How do you clothe them? You hear about the Civil War, and you hear about, the North versus the South, and the North had the blue uniforms and the South had the gray uniforms. And how did they make all the uniforms? When did they? The whole Confederacy was a 4-year period, 4.5-year period. Who was manufacturing all of the uniforms for all of the soldiers? Who were the tailors that made all these uniforms? Whenever they had a large grouping of people, how did they feed them? You know, did they just have cooks that went around with them, and then certain people would slaughter the animals, and then they'd come and they'd skin the animals, and then they'd cook them up and they'd serve them, and they just moved this all around every time they needed to? Like, it's just stupid. Who manufactured all the guns? How was it all distributed back in the day before we had, you know, communication networks and vehicles and shit like that? People were just marching all over the place. One of my favorite narratives from back then is the Gettysburg one, because it's just fucking stupid. The Gettysburg narrative is that over 3 days, 30,000 troops lost their lives. So you have to figure, so this is in Pennsylvania, southern Pennsylvania, in the summertime. So it had to be fucking balls hot, humid as fuck, and these guys all have on their wool uniforms, but you have troops that have marched all the way from wherever so they could congregate here for the Great Gettysburg Battle. So somehow all these troops marched their happy ass from all over the South up to Gettysburg. On the first day, the battle was intense. Over 20,000 soldiers from both sides died. The majority of the soldiers that were killed were from the South, but still the North lost a lot of people. Now, I asked my history teacher at one point, because we were reading one of those letters, like, because again, it's always the most amazingly literate people. You know, my dearest Guinevere, the sun is finally setting on this glorious life that I have led, and in this inglorious battle to which I defended the Confederacy. The only thing I love more in this world than the Confederacy is you, my dearest. And I shall never see those pretty eyes again. And it trails off. And I asked my teacher, like, how did we get those? Where did we get those notes from? How the fuck did that happen? And my teacher said that at nighttime, there was a truce. And so at nighttime, they would clear the battlefield of all the dead bodies and, I guess, grab whatever trinkets they needed to. So they march to the place. They fight all day, killing each other, brothers and sisters and shit. Then at nighttime, by the light of the moon or a fucking bonfire or something, I don't really know, they walk around the battlefield, distinguishing between blue and gray uniforms, and then removing those bodies from the battlefield, only so the next day they could fight, and another 8,000 troops were killed. And so they cleared the battlefield that night, and then the next day, the final 2,000 plus were killed. And then, of course, after that, they have to go marching on to the next battle scene, wherever the fuck that may be. But then you say, okay, so 30,000 dead bodies. What do you do with 30,000 dead bodies? It's not like they had refrigeration cars or anything like that. It's not like they could ship them back home or anything. So what do you do with 30,000 dead bodies? You can't just light a match on them and they burn. Well, the narrative, the good narrative, is that somebody dug a bunch of shallow 1-foot graves, 30,000 of them, and made like a makeshift cemetery, that a year later they came back, dug everyone up, and moved them over to Arlington so they could have a proper burial. 1865, 1866 and shit. Can you imagine digging up 30,000 dead bodies that had been in the ground for a year? Can you imagine digging 30,000 graves? 1 foot shallow graves? Or who the fuck was digging all those graves? Who the fuck made all the makeshift tombstones that went there that so people could know, well, this was Tom Gimmel's. We got to move Tom Gimmel's over to the Arlington, so make sure you keep this Tom Gimmel's, all this year dead fucking corpse. Keep that so we can move it. It's bullshit. It's all bullshit. You know, it's such nonsense, and it was again, it was just an excuse for them to destroy all the infrastructure that existed back then. You know, because if we were still, you know, if all of that shit still existed, people would be like, well, who the fuck built all this? You know, when I ask you, what do you think 1850 looked like? You're gonna say, like, you know, thatch roofs and wooden houses and dirt and horses and people dressed like Shakespearean characters. You don't think about great cities and submarines and underground fucking tunnel networks that you know that had pneumatic tube systems in them. Do you guys know that in New York around the 1850s and 60s and shit, the mail system was all done by pneumatic tubes? They had pneumatic tubes that would carry the mail to each person's house or whatever. How the fuck is that even possible? Look up the pneumatic clock system in Paris. Tell me how that makes sense. How are they building underground tunnels and shit back in these days? Underground tunnels that somehow still are able to support the weight of great structures above them. What about the catacombs? I think the catacombs are one of the biggest, like, physical mysteries and story narratives that is just sort of ignored. Every major city all across the world have these catacombs underneath them that have thousands, if not millions, of dead bodies, of skeletons in them, arranged ornately and you know, in all these patterns. And who the fuck did all this? Usually there's a great big old world church on top of the entranceway. Where did all this shit come from? We just don't think about things enough. And here I go, talking about distraction bullshit, talking about civil wars and Tartarias and all that shit, when the reality is all of that shit is just manufactured narrative to prevent us from looking into what's happening today. Chubby? Oh.
Say that again?
I need to, can you hold this for a second?
No, why?
I gotta go pay.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I haven't heard from her. All right, cool. Thank you. All right, love you. All right, bye. Oh. Sorry, I was on the phone. Talking.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'm getting bored. So, it's one thing when there are people to, at the very least, have the conversation, but nope. And again, it's all just there to keep us from looking at the truth. It's all there to keep us hating each other, fighting each other, you know?
Well, and paying attention to the shit that's actually happening that's affecting our lives every day.
Yeah, well, and maybe it doesn't necessarily directly affect your life. I mean, the idea of $3.8 billion a year being given to the genocidal fucking Israeli psychopaths when our roads, our infrastructures, there's no like government, like the Trump has the coalition to protect, or the coalition against anti-Semitism. Where's his internet pedo hunter group?
Doesn't have one.
And
He has gotten rid of all of the other groups that protect different minority groups' rights, except for that one. He's pouring more money into that.
yeah, I mean, they just it's
Can't talk about this group, but all these other people that desperately need the protection, yeah, we're just going to get rid of the groups that protect them.
I mean,
Thank you.
who here in the States thinks giving Israel $3.8 billion a year as a base amount is better than using that money to go after the pedos?
We shouldn't be giving any country money freely. We shouldn't. If they want to do trade, we can make it favorable for them. You know, if they're a less fortunate society, but that shouldn't even be a permanent thing. That should be, okay, well, you know, okay, sibling, you're less fortunate than I am. I can help you out until you get on your feet. But we shouldn't be freely giving our money to anybody. If people want to offer charity to places, that should be their choice. It shouldn't be the government demands that this country's getting this much money. Why are they getting our money?
The Nephilim is a biblical term. It's one thing to say giants existed, and who knows? To me, that's one of these distractions that until we Goyim unite and overthrow the Jays that control the narrative, we'll never know the truth. But I'll never use that term Nephilim because that's just more biblical bullshit.
13-year-old girl accused a man of rape. Not just any man, but a billionaire man who would go on to hold the most powerful office in the world. It should have stopped him. It should have mattered, but it didn't.
No, we were all distracted by COVID. We were all locked. To protect Trump, they locked us down and destroyed our lives.
In 2016, as Donald Trump campaigned for the presidency, a woman using the name Katie Johnson filed a lawsuit.
There you go, Katie Johnson.
At age 13, she had been raped multiple times by Trump and Jeffrey Epstein.
With his egg-shaped penis.
At one of Epstein's parties at his New York City apartment. She was a child in a room with two of the most dangerous men in the country. She came forward. She tried. The case was withdrawn, not because she lied or because her story fell apart, but because she was terrified.
Wait, isn't that what I was just saying earlier?
Lisa Bloom, her attorney, confirmed that Katie received threats. Not warnings or gossip, but threats. She was supposed to hold a press conference to be heard. Instead, she disappeared. She disconnected her phone. Her story didn't die because it was untrue. It died because she was alone. How many times have we seen this before? Katie Johnson was not the first. She will not be the last. 16 women have publicly accused Trump of sexual assault or misconduct. One said he raped her in a dressing room. Another said he forced himself on her when she was a child. Others said he groped them, kissed them without consent, grabbed them in pageant dressing rooms. He denied every single one, and he called them liars. He said they were making it up for attention, and then ran for president. He won. E. Jean Carroll came forward decades after Trump raped her in a department store dressing room. The world laughed. He called her a liar. A jury found him guilty of sexual abuse, but it didn't matter. He still walked free. Bill Cosby's victims spent years screaming into the void before anyone listened.
Everybody knew about Cosby. Everybody.
Weinstein silenced his accusers with
Everybody knew about Weinstein.
The Catholic Church buried thousands of child abuse cases. Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell ran an international trafficking ring that catered to the most powerful men in the world. They went down, but their clients walked free. Larry Nassar was trusted with the bodies of young girls, Olympians, gymnasts. children, while he molested them under the guise of medical treatment. They told their coaches,
These are all
trainers,
J's.
and officials. Nobody wanted to hear them. The institution and money were more important. By the time Nasser was finally held accountable, hundreds of girls had already been abused. Jerry Sandusky was a legend at Penn State. He molested young boys for decades. People knew. A man saw him rape a child in the showers and told his superiors. Nothing happened.
Yep.
The program was worth too much.
Yep.
The coach was too valuable. The child was a footnote. The pattern repeats itself. Victims come forward, their voices are questioned, and the powerful walk away unscathed. The names, the stories, the silence. Kristen Anderson sat in a Manhattan bar in the 1990s when a man next to her reached up her skirt and touched her vagina through her underwear. She turned and recognized the man as Donald Trump. E. Jean Carroll met Trump in a department store in 95 or 96. She described him pushing her into a dressing room, forcing his
but did
fingers
she know what
inside
she
her,
was wearing at the
then
time?
his penis. Rachel Crooks was a 22-year-old receptionist in 2005 when she met Trump in an office building. He grabbed her, pulled her in, and kissed her on the mouth. Jessica Leeds sat next to Trump on a plane in the early 1980s. He kissed her, groped her chest, and reached up her skirt. She moved to another seat in coach. He was like an octopus, she said. Summer Zervos was an apprentice contestant in 2007. She met Trump at a Beverly Hills hotel to discuss a job opportunity. Instead, he grabbed her breasts, kissed her, and tried to lead her into a bedroom. Temple Taggart McDowell was Miss Utah, USA in 97. Trump kissed her without consent on 2 separate occasions. 4 other women said Trump walked in on them while they were undressing at pageants.
Yeah, but Biden smelled that girl's hair.
BuzzFeed reported 3 more women confirmed the pageant stories but refused to go public. The allegations spanned decades, from the early 80s to 2013. The stories follow the same pattern. Trump is accused of forcing himself on women, groping them, kissing them without consent,
Grabbing their pussy.
only to deny every allegation, dismiss his accusers as liars, and claim they are politically motivated. This is how the system works. This is how men like Trump win. Power and silence. How the system protects its own. Trump didn't need to prove his innocence. He only needed time. He dragged the case out, making it too difficult to pursue.
Expensive.
And let the system work in his favor. This is what he has always done. A man who used lawsuits as weapons, who crushed his enemies in court, who buried his mistakes with money and threats. A child did not stand a chance. The powerful do not have to answer for their sins. The system was built for them. Trump bragged about grabbing women. Nothing happened. Dozens of women accused him of assault. Nothing happened. A child accused him of rape, and the case vanished before it could ever begin. Had we listened to Katie Johnson, had we listened to any of them, maybe we would not be here now. Trump didn't rise in spite of these accusations. He rose in a system that proved power could erase them. His ability to face multiple allegations without consequence only reinforced his authority. The American double standard. The U.S. government condemns foreign dictators for human rights abuses, but lets its own elite operate without consequence. It calls out corruption abroad, but allows billionaires to buy their way out of justice. It punishes nations for failing to protect their citizens, but lets its own children be silenced, erased, and ignored. How does a country that lets the rich escape accountability claim to stand for democracy? How does a nation that refuses to believe survivors call itself a defender for freedom? America calls itself a beacon of justice. Justice for whom?
Just us.
If we don't change, this will keep happening. This is not just about one man. There will always be another Trump, another Epstein, another Cosby, another Weinstein, another Sandusky, another Nasser, another name added to the list of powerful men who use power as a shield while their victims carried the weight alone. If the justice system cannot hold them accountable, then what hope is there for anyone else? So fucking. And here's the girl. Look at how young she is.
Look at her fucking face.
She's terrified.
Look
Terror.
at that shit. Somebody gonna help me?
And look at his face. Like, go ahead, stop me.
Somebody gonna help me? You have to love how out of the blue, ugly hobo comes in and says it like I would deny it. He's a Holocaust denier. Of course I am. Proudly. We already talked about this. You're just late. But again, me personally, my personal life is much more important than all of these things, right? Right? This guy doesn't give a shit about rape, doesn't give a shit about child rape, doesn't give a shit about genocide, nothing like that. Guy Williams did this. I watch him every day. He's a bad guy. Think about this shit. The person who's on my feed every day, no matter what time I come on, is going to talk about me needing a job. Too bad I can't get that same job where I troll people and get paid really well for it, huh?
I don't understand why people have such... Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing if the Holocaust did not happen the way we were taught?
Exactly. That's exactly the point.
So why do you have a problem with it? Because you are comfortable being lied to and ignoring it?
Isn't it? Wouldn't it be so much better if Sandy Hook was just a fake story?
The thing is, like...
Or would you rather it had been all these students were killed, all these kids were killed?
The submarines not existing the way that we are taught that they exist is, yes, it's a lie, it's a deception, but it doesn't matter in everyday life. The Holocaust not existing the way that we were taught does matter in everyday life, because things like the Harvard protests getting shut down, laws, things like that are based on the existence of the Holocaust as we were taught. So that affects our everyday fucking lives.
Well, and the thing is, we're talking about my opinion on submarines. Why would it matter what I think of submarines? You're telling me that me, personally, how I think about submarines motivates all of these people to come in here and get mad at that and then talk shit and not be mad about any of this other stuff? They're just mad at guys. I could be doing anything else in the world, but I'm going to go there and be stupid about this one dude.
There were definitely work camps. My family was in them. But concentration camps, the way that we were taught in school, because when we were in school, it was like a whole long...
A month, at least. Every single year we had a month of it.
They were not lining people up into gas chambers. They were not...
It doesn't hold weight. It
didn't happen that way.
There was a J guy in the 90s, I believe, who went, he videoed, he filmed himself going to these locations and checking out, what were supposed to be gas chambers and stuff like that, and just pointing out how ridiculous it all is. How the narrative, the building that you're told doesn't make sense. It doesn't have the blue staining on the bricks. It has windows in the building. The seals aren't good. Like all these things, all of these proofs that it's not a true narrative. It's just like October 7th. Show me who those people were.
They wouldn't have kitchens. They wouldn't be fed.
Yeah, you're going to build a concentration camp where you plan on murdering people, but you build their barracks have heat.
During a time where people were starving around the world, in our own countries.
Well, we had them too.
To the prisoners before they're giving it to the citizens that aren't prisoners.
We had the Japanese internment camps at the same time. The United States ran around rounding up Japanese and putting them in camps at the exact same time.
Yes. They show that shit on Hawaii Five-0 all the time. People that survived those internment camps.
Because they weren't
killed.
Right.
It was horrible. They were separated from families, taken from their homes, all of their belongings, dispersed throughout to other people.
But they also didn't have theater groups and soccer teams and their own money and all that shit. There is.
My grandparents and dad did not describe that. They had their own back alley doctors, and those were people that were doctors.
Yeah, your Greek relatives describe that. Don't describe that. The Jays describe that. The J concentration camps had those things. But again, to me, to spend any fucking time on the Holocaust is actually a waste of time. Because at the end of the day, we, Goyim, can't know the truth. We overthrow the Jays that control the narrative, and we unify and overthrow the Jays that give us the narrative.
It gives me great comfort to know that those types of crimes against humanity did not occur. And that makes me feel better, knowing that they didn't line them up in gas chambers, and, you know, that makes me feel better. Yes, it was horrible that anybody gets rounded up and put in any sort of imprisonment. Absolutely. That is not deserving. You know, they didn't kill somebody, they didn't, whatever. It sucks. But knowing that it didn't happen the way that we were scared into believing it happened,
Forced
makes me
into
feel
believing it
better.
happened.
It lends me some comfort.
No, you were forced into it. You have to, in order to get your, quote, paycheck when you're a kid, which is your grades, because if you don't get good grades, then your parents take away your stuff, and, you know, you're punished for it. So the only way you could get good grades, only way you could get your paycheck, is if you regurgitate the narrative as the system wants it regurgitated.
And don't ask a bunch of questions.
And don't ask questions, right?
Because you'll get sent to the wrestling room to do gymnastics instead.
Well, but the thing is, like, that's why they don't do it anymore. When we first moved in, there was a couple of neighbors down, a couple houses down, that were in high school. And, you know, they'd hang out sometimes, and
Here, that's a loose term, though. You'd have to ask somebody in a different area.
still, when I asked to see their history book, and I don't remember why it came up, but it came up, they were like, what, isn't that where all those Jays were killed or something? They had no idea. And I was like, wait, you're not getting your month-long lesson, you got to learn this and regurgitate? They were like, no. And I was like, no way. And they brought the book over, and it was this page, and then the back of that page was the Holocaust unit. Think about how insane that is. Why is it?
They also don't spend a lot of time on Vietnam either.
Because they know, though. It's because they know the last thing any teacher needs is their student to come in and be like, hey, check out this guy. Right? This guy is saying this, and this guy's saying that, and then he read this, and he read that, and he showed us this, and he showed us that. It doesn't match up. Were there really Red Cross stationed all over at all these different Holocaust, all these different camp locations, and none of them reported this genocide that's being talked about? Does the World Census report really not show the loss of 6 million lives? Because if you look at the World Census report, it says that prior to the war, there were 15 million Jays worldwide. During the war, it was 15 to 16. And after the war, it was 17 to 18. There's no account of 6 million just disappearing. You were rewarded for not questioning anything. Of course, you were punished if you did. Nothing made the teacher angrier than when you asked a question that the answers in the back of the book couldn't answer. You know, it's all about compliance. Rockefeller's guy said it. Rockefeller didn't say it. The head guy of the program, you know, so what the Rockefeller Corporation did back in the early 1900s is they went around to all of these established universities like Harvard, which were in disrepair, meaning they'd been around a lot longer than we think they have been. And he offered them all $1 million, $2 million to and this is a long time ago. This is when $2 million was, $50 million today, maybe more. He offered them this money so they could, rejuvenate their school, as long as they let one or two of his people be on the board that decides how the money's spent, just so they could monitor it. which is bullshit. You know, they weren't there to that, but that was that was how that worked. So all of these schools became proxies of the fucking of the Rockefeller Corporation. And Rockefeller's guy said, we don't want the laureates, the poets, the you know, the leaders and stuff. We don't, you know, what's where's the other phone? I want to read the quote exactly, just so I'm not. Huh? Mm-hmm. What's up, guys? Just chilling in Nick's bed. Oh, it didn't fucking charge. That's interesting. The funny thing is, all you got to do is look anything up. Just look anything up, and you'd be amazed by how much it doesn't match what you think it's going to say. That was weird. Rockefeller school quote. No, this isn't the thing. This is Twitter. Where's the Snopes thing? There it is. So, did John D. Rockefeller say, I don't want a nation of thinkers, I want a nation of workers? No. The quote attributed to John Rockefeller, patriarch of the Rockefeller political dynasty and former richest man on earth, is often used as an example of how elites view the public education as a way to create more workers in their furtherance of capitalism and the preservation of their status. Rockefeller donated millions of dollars to further public education in America and had strong views on how educational charities should function. He created his own charity, the General Education Board, in 1903. The charity shut down operations in 1964. But that's not... let's see if I can find the actual quote, though. The alleged quote about wanting workers and not thinkers broadly fits within the characterization of the GEB. There is, however, no evidence Rockefeller or anybody associated with GEB said it. The earliest reference to the quote, as far as Snopes can identify, stems from a 2006 documentary, One Nation Under Siege, whose experts included a wide variety of conspiracy theorists, including now famous anti-vaccine activist Sherry Tenpenny. One of the main experts in the documentary, JFK and UFO conspiracy theorist Jim Marrs, attributed the quote in question to Rockefeller. That quote also appears on the film's website. But that's not it. So, Snopes is not located an earlier formulation of the quote which Marrs thinks Rockefeller said. The alleged statement does, however, sound like a poor paraphrase of statements made by Rockefeller advisor Frederick Taylor Gates. Gates was instrumental in the founding and the operation of the GEB and described its philosophy in this way in his 1916 book. So, you know, Rockefeller didn't say it. Only the guy he put in charge. Right. Exactly. But see, this is how that's just bullshit. Rockefeller never said anything like that. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, his guy said something similar. And actually, his guy said something worse. So here it is. We shall not try to make these people or any of their children into philosophers or men of learning or men of science. We have not to raise up from among them authors, editors, poets, and men of letters, right? So the first thing that's important to them is to eliminate the people who speak about things. You would think this would be the opposite way. You would think that when he says, He says authors, editors, and poets. Poets being such a key aspect of this, because poetry and rhythm and all that's, music is timeless. Speaking of which, go get your free download, www.the-bilderberg, BILDERBERG-group.com. It's free. All you got to do is put zero when it asks you how much you want to donate. Put zero if that's what you feel like doing. All we ask is that you share it. Now, the system is going to tell you that our website is an unsecured website and may put your shit in danger. It's not. But that's how they prevent you. So, he said, we shall not search for great artists, painters, musicians, nor lawyers, doctors, preachers, politicians, statesmen, of whom we have an ample supply. So, according to him, authors, editors, and poets, or men of letters, have greater importance than lawyers, doctors, preachers, politicians, and statesmen, of whom we have an ample supply. The task we set before ourselves is very simple, as well as a very beautiful one: to train these people as we find them to a perfectly ideal life just where they are. Where they find them? What do you mean? It sounds like it's a disconnect there. But he's saying that we want to train the people to be happy with what they have, not covet what we have, what they have. Don't covet thy neighbor's goods. It's just repeated over and over again because they want you to be well, hey, I get 10 vacation days a year. I mean, come on, that's a pretty good gig, huh? 10 vacation days. Of course, if I need to take time off for anything, I have to use those vacation days. But seriously, what a great job I have. So we will organize our children into a little community and teach them to do in a perfect way the things their fathers and mothers are doing in an imperfect way, in the homes, in the shops, and on the farm. Good thing Rockefeller didn't say it, huh? Just Gates, just his top guy, Gates. Go ahead, try to look up Frederick Gates and see how that works out. See how much information you can find about him. They want the castle system. I don't know what you want to call it, but they want slaves. They want slaves who are too stupid to realize they're slaves. And they don't want people like me who can vocalize the resistance. Why do you think I'm more dangerous than most of the truthers out there? Because I also create music, and music crosses all cultures. Let's just say English isn't your first language. Well, you're going to kind of struggle with, these kind of live feeds and whatnot, because you're not going to get everything I'm saying. I maybe speak fast in some regards, or I use slang that you might not know. But if it's one of the songs, then you can get the lyrics to the song, translate it into your language so you know exactly what's being said, and then get behind it and repeat it in unison with other people saying the same things, which is dangerous. That's why they don't want us doing that. Why did the Nazis burn all those books? Yeah, says who? Says who? There's a lot of people out there that are saying some of the right things, but they're still bigots. They're still morons. How anybody can claim to be a truther, yet their truthering stops when it comes to Christianity. Yeah. There was a reset where everything was changed and everything was just blah, blah. All these things happened. But somehow the Christian narrative slipped through. And it's the truth. That's why they have tax-free churches everywhere. That's why religious people are seen as some of the highest people in the society, because they don't want us to know that, they don't want us going to that. Oh, here we go. Off my meds again. And all these crazy. I just read you what Gates said, but I'm making it up. This is the best that they can come up with. It's a shoot the messenger type of thing because they can't shoot the message. They want you watching me to think that I'm crazy because if I'm crazy and I'm making sense to you, then you must be crazy. And you don't want to be crazy, do you? So, no, call me crazy and walk away. Don't listen. Don't learn. You know, it's all bullshit. This is how the system operates. This is why Trump is making it illegal to protest against Israel because they can't debunk or deny what the protesters are saying. They don't want. Why do you think anytime you see any news coverage of the protests, they never interview any of the head speakers of the protest? They never interview anybody involved in the protest other than like some fringe dumb girl plant who's like, I don't know why we're protesting. Yet they'll interview the J students who will be, oh, it's so hard to go to school and hear them talking about these things. They're never attacked. The only way they're attacked is by hearing stuff they don't like. And that's how most of us operate. You know, if somebody says something we don't like, we attack them. We don't actually hear what they're saying or acknowledge what they're saying. We attack them. They're wrong. They're mean. They're stupid. But it's a self-preservation mechanism that's taught to us. It's how the system protects itself. It's how they insulate themselves. You can't even like ask people, why do you think anything special about the Jays? Why do they get the special treatment? Why do they get Semitism? What did they do to make your life any bit better?
Alright, I'm gonna be gone and I have to let Jordy out, go pay rent, go pay all the errands.
Aren't you meeting your boyfriend?
I don't know yet. That's Stacy.
I know.
I don't know yet. We're supposed to be, but she said she'd call me in a little bit. So I'm gonna go let Jordy out, go pay rent, and then see if I hear from her.
Just because you stepped out of the programming doesn't make you crazy. No, staying in the programming makes you crazy. You know, but they have to call you crazy. Like Dave Chappelle said, the worst thing you can do is call somebody crazy because that's dismissive. You can dismiss what they're saying because, oh, they're just crazy. But, you know, Dave's just another one of the plants. You know, this is just fucking insane what's happening. And it's everything I told you guys was going to happen. I told you back, so Trump signed the legislation into existence the Tuesday after Kobe died. Kobe died. Kobe died in the mysterious helicopter crash when all the other helicopters were grounded and we're not, still don't know, did Kobe's helicopter go up and hit the mountain, or did it go up real high, stall out, and crash? Not really sure. The mountain bikers that just happened to pull up right after the thing happened and went around the scene with the camera on their head or on their chest or whatever, they didn't see a bunch of dead bodies there all burnt up, clutching the children or anything. They just saw wreckage. But the Monday, or the Sunday that happened, the Monday that happened, and the Tuesday after that's all the news could talk about. The Wednesday after that happened was scheduled to be the day when one of the Trump impeachments was to come to a close. So that's all people talked about on the Wednesday. On the Tuesday, no news talked about it, but I happened to watch the 700 Club at the time. And the 700 Club talked about, you know, Bibi Netanyahu had come on over, this guy who was under indictment, had come to the United States, and basically forced the hand of Trump signing the legislation that said all colleges and universities have to have a pro-Israel curriculum and have to actively remove BDS or any anti-Israel sentiment on the campuses at the risk of losing federal funding. This was all the way back when Kobe died. And now it's coming to fruition. And I said back then, Trump just became the most dangerous president yet. The worst president yet. Prior to that, it was Obama. Oh my gosh, am I talking about Obama? Yes. It was Obama because Obama signed the Monsanto Protection Act. Nobody talks about that. Everybody talks about Obama this, Obama that, and blah, blah, all this bullshit. And especially Obama was a gay man and his wife was a transgender and all this other bullshit that absolutely does not matter even a little bit. If it came out that it was true, Trump or Obama is actually a gay dude and Michelle was a transgender, that literally wouldn't matter at all. Nothing would be different because of that. Nothing. Not a fucking thing. Yet he signed the Monsanto Protection Act, which basically makes Monsanto its own entity, not beholden to any United States regulations or anything. Monsanto polices Monsanto. That's just as bad, but it's these are those things that happen and stupid sheep who complain about things ignore. Preach about Monsanto. There's nothing to say. At the end of the day, when it comes down to Monsanto, until we Goyim unite and overthrow the Jays that control the narrative, everything we know about Monsanto is what they give us. They want us to know it. That's simple. It's just that simple. If that's true. Everything I say is true. What the fuck is wrong with you? Everything. I don't talk about shit to give you guys the opportunity to come in here and make me look foolish. Everything I say is true. And until you wake up and realize it, unless you're one of them, and unless you're one of the higher ranking of them, you're victimized just as much. The low-level Jays are just as victim as the rest of us. They just have it a little bit better. There's so many fucking stories that would just blow your mind that you've forgotten about. That have just been lost to the history because of us knowing. You're just supposed to call people like me who want to kill pedophiles, think that should be across the board, we kill pedophiles, and think we should stop giving all of our American tax dollars to Israel. You're mad at me? Who the fuck is going to be mad at me for that? Other than pedophiles and Jays, or Jay pedophiles, who's going to get mad at me over these things? Especially to the degree that you will come here every single day and watch my feed for hours commenting stupid shit to get my attention. Who the fuck, what real people are going to do that? Wake up. It's all right there. Like, everything I say, you can look it up. When I tell you Israel controls social media, sure, if I were to just say that, you could be like, well, just go look up Team Jorge. Jorge, Team Jorge. This is just one Israeli Black Ops organization that deals in cyber espionage, hacking, bot farm run social media bullshit. Just one. Israel has thousands, I would imagine, thousands of black ops operations, black ops, corporations or whatever that operate just underneath scrutiny and all that, but they're fucking there, and they're well funded by American tax dollars. Team Jorge is a guy called Tal Hanan, who is a former Israeli Special Forces operative, Israeli intelligence officer. They have a nice big building, all the modern equipment, everything. It's all paid for by us. And they specialize. He bragged that they've interfered in 33 presidential elections worldwide with success in 27 of them. He bragged that they had 30,000 fake bot profiles at their disposal that they could sick on anyone for anything if that's what they wanted to do. Attack people, attack critics, and all that shit. And that's just one Israeli operation that has 30,000 bots at their disposal in 2022. If you go look and you look up troll farms and Facebook, you'll see a bunch of stories about Facebook bragging that they eliminated 800 fake bot farm profiles out of the Philippines, 1,000 out of China. All of China, all of the Philippines, they had 1,000 that they eliminated. You won't find a single story talking about Facebook eliminating fake Israeli profiles. When the founder, the head of just one of these organizations, bragged about having 30,000 profiles at their disposal. Why isn't blue and white Zuckerberg Facebook doing that? When we tell you that Russia interfered in the 2015 election, so I guess Trump would win. I'm not really sure what they were supposed to be doing with their interference, because it didn't work. Trump lost by 2.7 million votes. 2.7 million more people. 2,700,000 plus more people voted for Hillary. And the swamp that Trump promised he was going to drain the swamp, they put him in anyway. Lost by 2.7 million votes, and the swamp put him in. The electoral college. You don't understand how the electoral college works. I understand that the electoral college hasn't gone against the people in modern times other than 3 times. Both times George Bush Jr. won, and the first time Trump won. Every other time, the people can get it right, I guess. But 2015, to bring this fucking piece of shit in, the swamp that he said he was going to drain put him in anyway. Gosh, that is just so strange to me. But it's all just, it's like, why would anyone vote? Voting is such a fucking scam. 2015 doesn't show you that voting is a complete scam. Nothing will. I don't know. I don't know what else you need. And then in 2020 and leading up to 2020, we're all locked down. We're not allowed to go see our relatives, our elderly relatives in the old folks' homes, or have family gatherings, or go to the beach, or anything like that, because COVID's gonna get you. The COVID sauce is everywhere. Yet the one thing we are allowed to do is vote. And the one thing that they concentrated on more than anything is getting black people to vote. Black people make up 13% of the U.S. population. Way less than half of that even votes. I would imagine, 25% at least are ineligible to vote. Yet, and then, another large portion of the people are like, voting's stupid. Why would I ever do that? It's a scam. Yet commercial after commercial was about the black guys sitting in the barber shop, because that's, that's what black guys do. They sit in the barber shop talking about, man, we can't be complaining about the way that things are if we ain't out there voting, dog. Yeah, dog, we need to get out there and vote, because that's the most important thing. The news every day was showing us, and here we have 103 years old Bernadetta Williams, who doesn't drive, but, caught a ride 3 hours just so she could come vote. Bernadetta, why did you? Okay, voting is the most important thing we can do. Yes, sir, Massel. Everybody's scared. We can't hug each other. We can't touch each other, but we could stand in line and vote. We can go into the voting machines and all that shit and vote on something that doesn't matter anyway. Like, it's all manipulation and bullshit. It's just how they operate. Giving you the illusion of choice. Giving you the illusion of power. We have the power to vote in the changes we need necessary, blah, blah, blah. It's all so fucking stupid. The fake Trump shooting. There are so many things to point out, just like with everything. There are always so many things to point out that don't quite make sense. But there's always one thing, that, to me at least, that stands out that, sure, let's answer all those other questions, but just answer this one thing first, right? Because I think this one thing is a huge smoking gun when it comes to the Trump shooting. Where the fuck are all the cell phone videos and live feeds of the average everyday person, not the government people, but the average everyday civilian? Where are all the cell phone videos and live feeds of the Trump shooting? Trump claimed there was tens of thousands of people there. People go live for anything, or take videos of anything. I haven't seen a single fucking. I have seen videos from supposedly like away from it. People walking around, and then you hear the gunshots, and they're like, oh. But the videos showing Trump actually being, none of them. What about yellow or red shirt Joseph, who was interviewed right afterward and swore up and down the shots came from behind Trump? And he knows that because he watched the guy that got killed's head explode from the back to the front. Boom. And he said 100% the shots came from back and to the left, behind Trump. Back and to the left. Back and to the left. Yet you're supposed to believe that the shots came from in front and to the right. In front and to the right. So I'm standing like this. I turn to look at somebody this way, and somehow my right ear gets hit? How's that possible? The Secret Service let him get his shoes before they took him in the car. The Secret Service let him stand up, and for some reason he had female Secret Service agents around him, which makes no sense. But the smaller female, shorter than him, was in front while there were two large white men on either side, like framing his face as he stood up and was allowed to, fight. And he was taken away to his car. They didn't know if there was other shooters. They didn't know if there was a bomb. They didn't know anything like that. But they let this jackass stand up and start, fight. And my favorite part is when they finally get him in the car, and one of the 2 or 3 female Secret Service, the fat little one with the curly hair, she has her gun out, and she's doing like this, and she goes to put her gun away, but can't get it holstered. So then she picks it back up, and then the feed cuts. You telling me a Secret Service woman, a Secret Service person, can't like throw their gun up in the air and have it land in their holster? They're not that good. She can't even get the gun into her holster. Oh, it's so fucking silly. Secret Service sheltered in place. Oh. The whole thing is bullshit. Where are the videos? Where are the cell phone videos? How come we haven't seen like second by second, frame by frame breakdowns of that shit happening from every direction? My wife loves watching these dumbass shows, NCIS and all that shit. And I guess they must have fucked up because they used to make the show, one of their key tools was to be able to, any event that took place, they could scour the web, find all the people that they could put whatever parameters they needed to, and they could find all the people that were at that place, either taking pictures or videos, and uploaded them to their social media accounts, and use that as a way to create like a 3D model of what happened. Because everybody's always uploading shit. And this is early in the 20 teens or even the early aughts. They were able to collect all the different, civilian uploads and make a 3D model of it. 2024, how come they couldn't do that in 2024? Of course, Thomas Matthew Crooks, or Matthew Thomas Crooks, last name is Crooks, this is a 20-year-old that has literally zero social media footprint. Because, 20-year-olds nowadays, 20-somethings have no social media footprint. The only, footprint he had was that this Republican back in 2015 supposedly donated $15 to a Democratic organization or some shit. Other than that, he basically doesn't exist. Everybody associated with it is tight-lipped. All the victims, the other people that got shot, supposedly, they all just went super silent, shut down. The father of the kid that did the shooting told reporters he wouldn't talk to them until he spoke to the police first. He wouldn't even say shit like, I love my son, he's a great boy, I don't understand what's going on, nothing. He just refused until he talked to the police first, until he was told what to say. But where the fuck are the again, I can go off in all these different directions, but where are the videos? There should be endless cell phone videos showing every moment of that, every angle, everything. As a matter of fact, there was a woman sitting directly behind Trump and to the left that had a white iPhone, a big ass iPhone looking thing that she was holding the whole time. While whatever was happening on the ground was happening, she was filming it. Where's her video? How come none of the people behind Trump ran? I mean, this even goes back to MLK, right? MLK coincidentally had a reporter with him on this trip. Normally there wasn't a reporter with them at all times, but on this day, the reporter happened to be outside taking pictures of everybody when suddenly the gun and MLK was sitting leaning over the railing talking to somebody when all of a sudden his head explodes and he falls down to the ground. And what does Jesse Jackson do and the other people that are there? Do they duck and cover and hide and get away not knowing if there's other shots coming or anything like that? No, they all stand and point for the picture. Because that's what you do when gunshots ring out, right? You're at the Trump thing. He supposedly gets shot. You're just going to sit there and keep watching. You're not going to run and hide, not knowing if more shots are coming. Oh, it just happens. It's just one guy. You already know it's one shooter, so you're not going to duck and cover. It's all bullshit. They are manipulating us with everything they do. Remember the firefighter guy that was killed? I forget what his name was. It's some ridiculous name. And then at the Republican National Convention, when Trump accepted the nomination, and they had the guy's jacket on stage and helmet, and Trump went over and kissed it. No, that wasn't in. The name on the jacket, and this is supposedly this guy's jacket. It's his jacket that was supposedly brought over. The name on the back is spelled incorrectly. And when it's pointed out that it's spelled incorrectly, the excuse is, oh, well, it's a big name and they didn't have the room for all the letters. No, you put the wrong letter in. You put an A where there was supposed to be an E, or maybe the other way around. But that would have fit regardless of what, like, that's, there not being enough room is not the case. They misspelled it because the quality control during this bullshit is never as it should be. Because they don't care. They don't really care if we figure it out. They'll just make it go away. Remember when the boat hit the fucking bridge and knocked that bridge down? Well, that was a big story until it started coming out. Like, who was behind it all? Who was all associated? The Asian woman, her connection, blah, blah, blah. They just make it go away. You guys remember a couple years ago? Now, when ISIS suddenly shows up, ISIS, who has been dormant for 10 plus years, at least 15 years, suddenly shows up and attacks a Russian theater, killing 120 some people or whatever it was. ISIS. ISIS, who hasn't been attacking Israel or fighting against Israel or protecting, the Muslims that Israel is killing, because they're a Muslim extremist group, ISIS, blah, blah, blah. No. They showed up, did the Russian attack, and then they disappeared again. You know what else happened? That same night, Israel attacked two separate hospitals, because they said that there was underground Hamas bases and headquarters and shit, only to find out that there wasn't. Nothing was there. And then they staged a couple of photos to say look, we found some rockets underneath a bed. Sure you did. Sure you did. You guys believe that ISIS just came out of nowhere and then disappeared again? Why isn't ISIS attacking Israel? Why aren't any of the, quote, Muslim countries out there coming to the aid of the Gazans and attacking Israel? Well, a lot of it has to do with the Abraham Accords. That Trump, that will be Trump's greatest legacy, are the Abraham Accords. It's not talked about nearly as much now, but in the future it will be. And these are the normalization deals. Go ahead, try to find definitions to these words, because I never could. Normalization deal. I heard this term throughout all of 2023. See, when you guys are distracted by what the candidates supposedly disagree on, I am much more concerned with what they agree on. And one of the things that was completely in agreement between Trump and Biden is Israel. Israel being like the number one thing. People don't talk about it, but Biden spent a lot of time prior to October 7th over there trying to be a middleman between Israel and Saudi Arabia, the two countries in that region that are the most guilty of war crimes. And actually among the world, like in the world, these are the two of the worst countries when it comes to war crimes. And yet our president is over there trying to be a middleman between them. And the reality is these normalization deals. So what happens is, like with Bahrain, right? Bahrain. So Israel wants to be able to travel to all of these different countries without having any sort of restrictions. And those countries, the people of those countries hate Israel. They hate the Israelis. They want nothing to do with it. So, like with Bahrain, Bahrain is offered this deal. The United States is going to pay for it. Israel's the one that benefits from it. And then places like Bahrain are given that guarantee, like, well, as long as you don't attack Israel, then you'll have the United States backing. And then for years, we have to pay them, whether it's money or its products or whatever. So Bahrain, let's say they got 20 F-35 fighter jets in order to play nice with Israel. Well, there's something called a memorandum of understanding, which is legislation that is, again, just below public scrutiny, so it's not necessarily held to the same standards as like legitimate law and shit like that. So it's why it's called a memorandum of understanding. And the memorandum of understanding says that Israel is to have the mightiest military, a qualitative military advantage. That's what it's called, the QMA. Qualitative military advantage, meaning their military has to be the mightiest in the region by X amount. So if the United States has to give Bahrain 20 F-35 fighter jets so they'll play nice with Israel, because of the memorandum of understanding, we have to then give Israel 35 F-35 fighter jets to offset the 20 that we're giving to Bahrain. Go ahead, tell me how I'm wrong about any of this shit. So Trump ran around in person in some cases, signing these normalization deals with Israel. And whatever country, Qatar, Israel wanted to go to the FIFA that year, or to the World Cup that year, so Qatar signs the deal. Everyone signs the deal. The people don't benefit from it at all. The government agencies benefit from it. The United States citizens are who pays for it, and Israel gets to do whatever the fuck they want to do. So Trump was able to sign just about everybody up for these except for Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia was steadfast that the reason they won't sign these deals, they don't need anything from the United States. They're extremely wealthy. The Saudi royals are wealthy beyond measure. And they claimed at the time that the main reason they wouldn't sign it is because of the U.S. support and then what's being done to the Palestinians. They said that there needed to be a two-state solution and all these things, like outwardly said, we won't sign these things because of what Israel does to the Palestinians. Strangely enough, Saudi Arabia is not coming to the aid of the Palestinians, are they? But Biden's group took up the mantle, once Trump was out of office, it was the Biden presidency. Jake Sullivan, Anthony Blinken, these guys were now in charge of trying to sign Saudi Arabia to this normalization deal. Now, back when Trump was president, I don't know if you guys remember Adnan Khashoggi, but Adnan Khashoggi was a very powerful J reporter, dual Israeli citizen, all these things, who was a vocal critic of the Saudi Arabians. And at one point, he was tricked into going to the Turkish consulate to have a meeting with whoever. I don't remember all the details, but there's security camera footage showing him walking into the consulate, and then a dude that looks a little bit like him, slightly bigger build, walking out in his clothing but with different shoes on. And then he never comes home, and it becomes this, where the hell is Adnan Khashoggi? And then it sort of leaks out that the Saudi Arabians had him killed, but the Saudi Arabians deny it, and blah, blah, blah. And then it ends up coming out that it was, in fact, the order came all the way from the Saudi prince himself, and that it was an operation, and that they had kidnapped him and tortured him and cut his body into, cut off his arms and his legs and his head and put each piece in a vat of acid and buried that barrel in the desert somewhere. And if you guys remember, there was a day, again, don't remember the day, when Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram all went down at the same time. And we never got a reason for it, except for the rumored reason, which is, and I know people who said they actually saw the video of Khashoggi being dismembered and beheaded and whatnot. It had been uploaded to the social media, and they had to shut down Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram so they could scrub it. Well, once it all came out, the system was like, hey, Trump, what are you going to do about this? Clearly, this American civilian, this American citizen, dual Israeli American citizen, because press is off limits, was killed in this barbaric way. What are you going to do about it? And Trump was like, well, we have a $2.3 billion deal going on with weapons deal going on with Saudi Arabia right now. And I don't want to fuck that up. So I'm not going to do anything. And it just disappeared. Well, when Biden is now trying to sign Saudi Arabia to these normalization deals, part of the offer is that the deal that weapons deal, when Biden came in, he froze it. So Saudi Arabia had already paid for it, but Biden froze the weapons being shipped out. Part of the deal to sign the normalization deal was that Biden would unfreeze that and Saudi Arabia would get their weapons. But since Saudi Arabia has so much fucking money, $2 billion isn't shit to them, they said no. Another thing that was offered to the Saudi Arabians in order to play nice with Israel was that we were going to give them a civilian nuclear program. The United States was going to build and build, manufacture, all of it, a civilian nuclear program for the Saudi Arabians, just so they would play nice with Israel. And again, they refused. And prior to October 7th, Anthony Blinken was to and fro from Israel to the United States constantly. That's literally all he did. He's the second highest, he's the highest member below the vice president. He was the Secretary of State or whatever. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, Attorney General Jake Sullivan. I might be getting my titles wrong, but these are high-ranking people. That's all they were trying to do prior to October 7th was sign Saudi Arabia, this murderous. So the Muslims that you're scared of, the Islam that you're scared of, that you think is the bad Islam, and that mutilates little girls and kills gay people and won't let, well, they're actually really progressive because now they're letting women drive as long as it's during the daytime and there's a man in the car with them. But look at how progressive they've become. But that version of Islam that you're scared of, that they used to scare you, was called the Wahhabi Islam. And Wahhabi is the type of Islam that the Saudi royals are, is what Saudi Arabia's main thing is the Wahhabi Islam. So one of the main goals, one of the main, operations that was being done prior to October 7th was trying to sign Wahhabi piece of shit Saudi Arabia to a normalization deal with absolute piece of shit Israel, so they'll play nice together. And the normalization deals, to get that payment, they have to let the Israelis travel to and from their country without any sort of issue. And they have to also promise that no matter what happens with Israel and anyone else, namely the Palestinians, that they'll stay out of it. That's why you're not seeing any Muslim countries coming to the aid of the Palestinians. Move on to the next story before the truth comes out every time. That's what they do. Yeah. Or when it does start coming out, then they just provide you with something else. When everybody's talking about Pulse nightclub shooting, well, here, let's give them the Vegas shooting real quick. Or the San Bernardino, I don't remember the order because they just came so rapid fire. They're so hard to remember. But not a single one of them is cut and dry, makes sense. Oh, there's nothing weird conspiracy about that. The Vegas shooting, there's a video called Route 91 or Route 51 or something like that. this broad named Mindy Robinson, who I would love to talk to her because she's a conspiracy chick who supports Trump and is a real big Christian and wants to go back to the forefathers said this and the forefathers said that. It's like, bitch, the forefathers wouldn't want you, a decently looking blonde female, stepping up and saying anything. The forefathers wanted you to be shut the fuck up. But she made this amazing video based on this website that exists that shows a map of Las Vegas. And it shows, like, there'll be all these different icons on the map. One will be like a phone. One will be like a camera. One will be whatever. And each icon you click on will play the phone call that was made from that position or show the video that was made from that position. And you can see this huge map of Las Vegas showing all of these different locations and times and all these things where people are reporting things that don't fit the narrative that we're given about the lone gunman somehow carrying up all this bullshit, this old man, blah, blah, was allowed to go on for as long as, like, if you open a window in Vegas, within minutes, somebody will be knocking at your door. Shouldn't have done that. What are you doing? Yeah, with this thing, it was allowed to, I mean, everything about the Vegas shooting just don't make no sense. Especially if you look at the video that was made by the guy that was somehow allowed to go into the area and look around. There's not bullet holes everywhere. There's not rips in all of the, you know, in the banners and shit. There's not bullet holes in all the walls and the siding. There's not chipped up concrete where the bullets, none of it. It doesn't look like anything happened there. But that's just another one of those bullshit stories that they give us rapid fire to keep us from fucking talking. Do you guys remember the Facebook shooter? Black dude comes online and he's bragging that he just went to his girlfriend's work and he killed 13 people. But she wasn't there, so now he's on his way to her house. And as he's going, he's like, I just want to kill somebody else. So he pulls over his car. And there's this old black man standing there, and he's like, hey, man. And the old black man's like, yeah, well, oh, no. And the guy apparently shoots, and as he shoots, he does a pirouette. He spins around, you know, like thugs always do. They spin around when they shoot. And when he comes back around, the black man is laying there just completely dead. So it's within the time it took to turn around, this guy had fallen down and was no movement, nothing. Not, nothing like that. He's just dead. Well, it turns out that during the pirouette, there's a cut. There's an edit. And then it starts back up in the pirouette, and you come around, and the guy's laying there dead. But once that started to get exposed, the story went away. It's how they do it. Literally just saw a SWAT truck, and we never had those. Also a loud helicopter earlier. Was an error years ago, and it was left that way by Corey. LOL. This dude lost in life. Smart guy here. Bitching about the government, put on the government till. Can you imagine bitching about the government and then needing them to feed your entire family and house you because you're a bum? Yep, that's how that works. Of all the things I'm talking about, that is more important. Yep. That's the best that fake profile after fake profile can come do. All of these fake profiles, it's never a real profile. Generally, it's the person with the letter for their profile. And if you go to you pull up the page, channel activity, 0 deleted messages, 0 timeouts, 0. Oh, this one at least has 6 subscribers. Usually they don't even have any subscribers. All these fake profiles, I guarantee the 6 subscribers are all the same people that are here. And apparently this guy has been watching me for years. Do you guys buy that? You guys buy that these are real people? You know, the funniest thing is, I put out the challenge. All of you people that come here to just talk shit, that don't care about the pedophile stuff, that don't care about the genocide, that don't care about the J slavery and all that stuff, all you do is talk shit. I say you're all fake bot profiles. Team Jorge Israeli bullshit. There's not too many things that you guys can prove me wrong about, but this could be an easy one for you. Like literally, this could be the easiest thing you could prove. And you could prove it. It's not just you saying one thing and it's some stupid. You could actually prove me wrong by making a quick 1 minute, 30-second video, whatever it takes. Make a short if you want to, titled Guy Williams Sucks. And make this video about you talking shit about me. Let's see who you are and see that you're a real person and not just a bot. And you can send it to me. And if you're one of these dumbasses who claims, oh, you just want those videos to go viral. If you think that you can make viral videos, you're an idiot. And you're not doing it? Why aren't you doing it more often? You could be getting paid. Why aren't you getting paid making viral videos? But to prevent that from happening, once you send it to me and I acknowledge that I've seen it, you could just remove it. You could just erase it. Then you don't have to worry about giving me all that publicity that you'll generate somehow. Of course, you can't share the video and bring more people that can actually make reasonable arguments against what I'm saying. You can't do that. But if you were to make a video talking shit about me, then yeah, that shit would go viral, I'm sure. And I've put that out there, and not one of these fucking fake profiles is willing to do it. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? And look at, now I'm actually talking about, this proof that they could do and how fake they truly are. And they're immediately jumping into defensive mode. This guy doesn't believe the earth is round like I do. This guy's crazy. This guy's ceiling. This guy this guy. How come they won't just make the video and prove me wrong? Yeah, in my shithole. Yep, all these things, right? And then they sit here and they stroke each other because nothing they say actually matters. But hey, if one of them says it, one of the fake profiles says it, and the other one's like, hey, good one, fake profile. That's better than proving me wrong. They're clearly here for negative purposes. They're not here in support, right? Every day that they come watch for hours at a time, it's not in support. It's because I'm so terrible. And they could easily knock me off my high horse by proving me wrong about anything. And they never do. Yet when it comes to this one easy proof, not one of them is willing to do it. Interesting how that works, isn't it? Interesting how that works. Not one of these profiles ever comes through and talks about how terrible these pedos are. We need to kill these pedos. Not one of them comes through and talks about, the genocide that's happening, or how the Jays have us all slaves, and how they cut and suck baby penises, and all these disgusting things about this cult. Not one of them comes in to tell me what I'm wrong about. Yet for some reason, they're all super mad at me, and not one of them is willing to prove their legitimacy. Yep, I don't. He don't even buy his. This is the intelligence level of what I'm supposedly up against here. He don't. Not like he actually said this and it was an accident. This dude typed this out. He don't. Fucking stupid. So So I love this one. I started a fake GoFundMe. Now, so this person is talking about they've been sucking my cock for like 10 years, because this shit is 10 years ago, when the hospital told us that my kid had a heart problem. And so we started a GoFundMe because it was. Now, see again, notice how I'm going to address the things that are being said. Instead of making up some ad hominem nonsense like this thing is, I'm going to address it. So we started this GoFundMe not knowing what the fuck was going to happen and knowing that we couldn't afford this shit. We're poor. But once we found out that the heart thing wasn't something that we had to be concerned about, because we went to the U of M, we went to a bunch of different doctors over this. We turned the GoFundMe. A girl we knew, her house burnt down, and so we turned the GoFundMe into all the money that was set up for that was given to go to my kid was then instead given to this girl whose house burnt down. And then once that shit happened, we just shut the page down. But yeah, that is so much more important than genocide, than pedophilia, than slavery, than proving that you're a real person and not just a bot who's desperately bringing up shit from 10 fucking plus years ago. Yeah, that totally makes sense, right? Totally makes sense. Think about how ridiculous this is. These people have been apparently, I mean, again, I wouldn't know, but this fake profile has been blowing me, has been glazing me for such a long time that they're bringing, and the fact is, let's just say it was real and I was fucking around somehow. If the only thing you can bring up is from 10 fucking years ago, well, what does that say about me and you? Obviously, you've been watching for a really long time, and the best that you can come up with is some shit from 10 fucking years ago? Because again, it's not like you can justify the pedophilia that you apparently support, because you definitely don't acknowledge or admonish the pedophilia. It's not like you're like, fuck yeah, we need to get rid of all those people that rape children. Nah, you don't say anything like that. You're not going to say anything about Israel continuing to murder thousands and thousands of people. Me thinking my kid had a heart problem because doctors told me they did, and then knowing I needed help. Because, I mean, obviously, look up all the GoFundMes we've had since then. By all means, expose all the GoFundMes. If I'm really doing a GoFundMe to defraud people, then why haven't I been continuously doing it? Seems like that would be something that would make sense, right? If I did it once and I got away with it, why wouldn't I keep doing it? Why is it instead of charging people for anything, we give everything away for free if we're trying to defraud people? This is the best that they can do. They can't debunk what I'm saying. Not one of them is going to address the Matitza Bepa, which is the practice of sucking on the baby penis after you circumcise it. Nah, that's not important. That happens every day within the United States. Multiple times. That's happening all over the place. But that's so much, that's not even worth addressing. He spends more time talking about Israel and Palestine than he ever has on America. Somebody thought that was a good thing to say. Oh my God. Yep, you're right. I talk about something that has nothing to do with me other than, secondary. not, it doesn't affect me. It doesn't, I talk about a bigger picture issue than America. Like, this is the best that they can come up with. Instead of debunking it, this is what they do. And notice how, again, they're only here because I allow them to be. If I didn't want these pieces of shit here, if they were threatening me in any sort of way, I would just block them. Of course, they would make another profile so they could watch, but I just block that too. I'm so not concerned with any of the bullshit they have to say that go ahead, say whatever you can, because you're a punk bitch. You're the type of person that violates children. Nothing you say is worse than what you do. You're a fucking pedo, man. Why would I give a shit about if you like me or not? And again, can't you come up with something more recent? Can't you address any of the things that I'm talking about? Bigger picture things? I want to talk about the big picture. You want to talk about me. You're so obsessed with me that you've been watching me for a decade, hiding in the shadows, making fake profiles, refusing to make real videos, acknowledging who you are, especially if you're Mr. Krabs. But, yep, it's me. Me. Yep, we don't buy our kids presents for anything. You don't need another account just to watch. If you get blocked, you do. I didn't say decades. I said for a decade. See? People argue what they can argue. They'll make up shit just to be able to, make their argument. And clearly, they're hearing what I'm saying. So the thing about me saying decade, he's going to acknowledge that. The part where I call him a fucking pedo and talk about how these guys support pedos and all, nope, that's not worth talking about. How many real people get called a pedo and it just goes right? Oh yeah, well that's what it is. Real people get really upset when you say shit like that. And yet these guys are going to keep this bullshit up. Bro! Typing out the word bro. Bro! Seriously, I couldn't make this better. Right? The fact is, you have a group of people who have been apparently on my nuts for over a decade now that are so desperate to find something wrong that they're going to bring up shit from years ago and lie about it, of course. And yet that's the best. They're not going to address what I'm saying. Like, it'd be one thing if it was a bunch of yes men and people who I agree with everything you say. That'd be one thing. That'd have a lot less, strength behind it. But the fact is, these people don't like me. They don't like me so much they spend hours every single day watching me begging for my attention. And yet, if I was saying something wrong, like this guy claiming I said decades, they're going to jump all over that. But they don't jump on the real shit. What does that say? That tells me that I'm right about these things. I'm right about all this other shit, and there's nothing they can say about it. So what are they going to do? They're going to try to change the subject. They're basically saying, you're right about that, but what about this? You're right about that, but what about this? It's everything is telling. Everything says something. It says more than what's being said. If you talk about the pedo stuff, that shows that you're a bigger person than most. That shows that you stand up for the right thing. That shows that, you're not some piece of shit who will just keep their mouth shut. It's not just what you say, it's everything associated with it. And these dumbasses, you know, like when I was on the Jesse Hal show, The Missing Link, and Jesse's reading the comments, and one of these dumbasses comes on talking about, yeah, guy blocked me like 6 years ago, and I said, so you're saying that I blocked you 6 years ago and you're still here? What does that say about you? If I blocked you, like if anybody blocks me, I don't make fake profiles so I can go watch them anyway. If somebody says they're not interested in me, I'm like, okay, cool. There's enough people out here that I can just go somewhere else. There's no way I'm going to beg somebody for their attention like this. But this is what happens. Bruh, 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 what are you even talking about, bruh? If you don't understand English, I don't really know what to tell you. He's talking about how I'm a convicted child molester now. Show me. Show me. If I've been convicted, then there should be some sort of legal something. There should be some sort of paper trail. Show me how I'm a convicted child molester. Says the people who don't deny themselves being pedophiles and don't speak out against it. Gotcha. Who are doing their best to try to interrupt or stop the feed of the guy whose mission statement is first and foremost, we kill the pedos. Yep, that's what it must be. Look at how desperately, like, obviously me calling them pedophiles hurts them. It hurts them. And that's, again, what you say says more than what you think. Like the fact that you didn't start with that says everything. That you didn't say it until I called you the pedophile. And you were like, ouch, that hurts. I'm going to try to hurt you back. You know, you guys have to see through this bullshit. Figure the guy that's been saying we need to kill pedos and eliminate the J cult has all these fake profiles trying their best to shoot the messenger. Isn't that strange? By the way, if you're watching, like, share, and sub. It helps. Take 2 seconds to share it on Facebook. Share it under the heading, this guy's crazy. Somebody come tell him how he's crazy. If you're that scared of you know, what loved ones might say. Well, you talk about the Jays, and my loved ones will get mad at you for talking about the Jays. Come on, where's the fucking, where's the proof? I'm asking for the proof. You said I'm convicted. Put your fucking money where your mouth is. Show us, where have I been convicted of anything? I'm not hiding from it. I'm not scared. I don't have the fake profile. I'm not the one that refuses to make a video proving I'm real. The Jays, the chosen, the people who make up Israel. Come on now. All these people have nothing else going on in their life. Nothing. They're not working. It's Friday during the day, and none of them have jobs, apparently. They'll sit here for hours on end, not proving a single fucking point, other than, you know, they're dumb piece of shit pedos. You know, I don't care. Like, I'm a huge Alex Rosen supporter. Why? Because the work he does is great. Do I like the guy? No. He seems like a big old typical J piece of shit. But if you're a pedophile hunter and all you focus on is black guys who go after gay people, you're a hero. Like, if you're out there outing pedos, I don't care what you do. You have my support. Yet these guys, nope, they don't like me. It's also obvious. It's also stupid. I work. Yeah, you work, just never when I'm live. Never during the day on the week during the week. Gotcha. Or at night, because if I go live at night, you're here too. Gosh, you must have one of those really good jobs, huh? And look, see, somebody is acknowledging what was said in the video, but not denying the pedo stuff. Seems pretty strange to me. Not denying the J connection, not denying the J slavery, not denying the J genocide, or at least validating it. Nothing to say except wah, 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 wah. They just make it too easy. I wish there was more of a challenge here, but they make it too easy. And I've said it before, if you're one of the shit talkers, you're not going to get addressed. Until you acknowledge that you're a real person, you're not going to get addressed. I am more than convinced that the majority of these shit talking profiles are just Israeli bots. And for those that don't quite understand, we'll just do a real quick recap here. Team Jorge. Bro, you don't give your bro sources, bro. Team Jorge is the name given to an outfit of Israeli contractors specialized in the use of malign cyber activities, including hacking, sabotage, and bot farm run social media campaign, disinformation campaigns to manipulate the outcomes of elections, right? Because they only do elections. They couldn't possibly interfere with a fucking random YouTube feed. No, they're only capable of doing elections. One of the organization's primary tools is a software package called Advanced Impact Media Solutions, or AIMS. The group was exposed in February 2023, after an award-winning undercover operation by journalists from Israel and France as part of a consortium of investigative journalists coordinated by Forbidden Stories. The organization has been active since at least 2015 and boasts of having manipulated 33 presidential elections worldwide, many of them in Africa, and in 27 cases with successful results. Their activities were revealed following a 2022 sting operation in Tel Aviv carried out by 3 undercover journalists who posed as prospective clients and filmed their interactions with Tal Hanan, the group's leader and former Israeli Special Forces operative, in which he explained the inner workings of the organization. According to Tal Hanan, the group's leader, Team Jorge has existed for more than 2 decades and has been engaged in propaganda and disinformation activities in more than 30 countries. However, its first documented activity dates back to 2015. Their services have been available to government intelligence agencies, political campaigns, and private companies that wish to covertly manipulate public opinion. Funny thing is, this entry has been changed since I started reading it all the time. They took a bunch of shit out. One of the organization's primary tools is a software package called Advanced Impact Media Solutions, or AIMS. The software automates centralized control of thousands of fake social media profiles on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, Telegram, TikTok, and others, YouTube included. The group also employs hacking techniques to brute force accounts of potential victims. Right? Because that doesn't exactly detail what's going on here. It's not a quick side quest. LOL, Wikipedia. Oh, it's Wikipedia. He's using Wikipedia. So, what would be the acceptable source then? Because I could just read you all the different news articles that covered it, but this is a culmination of it, and we know that Wikipedia is what they want us to use. I don't think everything on Wikipedia is true, but Wikipedia is the information that they want us to have. If you're a kid and you quote Wikipedia as a source in your book report, the teacher's not going to be like, you can't use Wikipedia. Wikipedia is the information they want us to have. And Wikipedia flat out lays it out for you. Israel controls social media. A sock puppet account, or simply sock, is a false online identity used for deceptive purposes. The term originally referred to a hand puppet made from a sock. Yeah, no shit. Sock puppets include online identities created to praise, defend, or support a person or organization, to manipulate public opinion, or to circumvent restrictions such as viewing a social media account that a user is blocked from. Oh my gosh! I must be making all of this up, going to Wikipedia, changing or adding these definitions to the system, and then coming live and being like, see, look, that's just me. I'm just a manipulator. This isn't the information that they want you to have. Sock puppets are unwelcome in many online communities and forums. The practice of writing pseudonymous self-reviews began before the internet. Writers Walt Whitman and Anthony Burgess wrote pseudonymous reviews of their own book, as did Benjamin Franklin. Everything comes back to Benjamin Franklin. The Oxford Dictionary defines the term without reference to the internet as a person whose actions are controlled by another. A minion. No. With a 2000 citation from the U.S. News and World Report. Must been making that up too, huh? Wikipedia has had a long history of problems with sock puppetry. On October 21st, 2013, the Wikimedia Foundation, WMF, condemned paid advocacy sock puppeting on Wikipedia, and 2 days later, on October 23rd, specifically banned wiki PR editing of Wikipedia. In August and September of 2015, the WMF uncovered another group of sock puppets known as Orange Moody. Man, it's amazing how I make things up and then find it right away. That's fucking awesome. So if you look up C also, it says catfishing, conflict of interest editing on Wikipedia, on the internet, nobody knows you're a dog, passing, sociology, phishing, reputation, shill, Team Jorge. Team Jorge is on the list of C also on the on the sock puppet thing. Because I'm making it up. Trojan horse, twinking, smurfing video games. A shill, also called a planter, a stooge, is a person who publicly helps or gives credibility to a person or organization without disclosing that they have a close relationship with said person or organization or have been paid to do so. Shills carry out their operations in these areas of media, journalism, marketing, politics, sports, confidence games, cryptocurrency, and other business arenas. A shill may also act to discredit opponents or critics of the person or organization in which they have a vested interest. In most uses, shill refers to someone who purposely gives onlookers, participants, or marks the impression of an enthusiastic customer independent of the seller, marketer, or con artist for whom they are secretly working. The person or group in league with the shills relies on crowd psychology to encourage other onlookers or audience members to do business with the seller or accept the ideas they are promoting. Gosh, that seems very, very familiar. And so fucking crazy. It's so easy to find this information if you just look. It's everywhere. Here's the references. Here's the references for Team Jorge, just because, again, I'm making it up. Look at all of these references I've made up. Oops. Look at all these references. Let's see. 21. I made up 21 different references. It's right there, guys. While making our name bad as usual. This is why people avoid people named Matt. And me as a real person has to suffer. You don't see an issue with that because of selfishness. No, it's because they're supposed to. They're doing their job, dude. And they're doing their job well if you respond to them. Again, all of these people don't come in here and say, man, I don't like what you're saying, but I do agree with you. We should kill those pedos. Even though, they won't. None of them actually address why they're here to begin with. You remember, you asked the question, and the dumb broad said, well, first of all, this guy doesn't believe in submarines. She has a vested interest in me believing in submarines. That's for damn sure. It's fucking insane, man. It's insane how, how just obviously goofy it is. And it's all Jay, it's all Israeli, it's all just bullshit. It really is this really obvious thing that you don't have to, you don't have to look hard to find. The truth is right there. It's for you to see it. You just have to choose to see it. And you can either, you can be okay with your tax dollars being stolen and given to a psychopathic, murderous regime, or you can stand up. When you look at Hollywood and all the pedos that are associated with Hollywood, the vast majority are Jays. And the ones that aren't were given their position by the Jays. The whole Diddy story. Isn't it funny how the Diddy story has gone away since it came out that he had video of everybody involved? And all that shit got burnt up in the fire? That random fire that just so happened to triangulate one area and burned up all of Diddy's evidence. Or at least some of it. Everybody wants to act like Diddy just came to power, that the Jays around him didn't give him that power. Funny how no one's talking about how Trump and Diddy used to hang out. How there are multiple pictures of them hanging out together. Why isn't anybody talking about that? Kind of like why nobody talks about Katie Johnson. I think TBG needs to put out a Katie Johnson song. Just look at it, man. It's all right there in front of you. It's all right there in front of you. You can choose to see it or you can continue to choose to ignore it. You won't, though. One of these days when the robot dogs come running down the street and you get wrapped up and you get rounded up and you get put in the train and the train doors close, you'll remember this conversation. You'll remember you were warned and begged to do something about it and to stand up to this J menace, this cancer. You'll remember how you saw somebody speaking about it and how they just got attacked from every fucking angle they could except for trying to debunk what was being said. The best part is, too, none of these little piece of shits would say anything to my face. I beat them fucking down. Every single one of these little punks would get their asses whipped. But they got to be all tough guys on the fucking keyboard because nobody can see who they are because they won't even make the video showing their... Why wouldn't you make a video talking shit about me? Why? All you have to do, you do that, and then you have credibility on this feed. Until you do that, you have zero credibility. And yet you want to come here every day and talk shit like you want credibility, but you won't do what it takes to earn it. Guys, go look up the Samson option. Give you a quick little peek into it. The Samson option. The Samson option is Israel's deterrent strategy of massive retaliation with nuclear weapons as a, quote, last resort against a country whose military has invaded and or destroyed much of Israel. So all they have to do is claim to be invaded, and they will launch their massive retaliation of nuclear weapons in all directions should Israel ever be threatened. Background. When the Lehigh militant group were discussing ways to assassinate General Evelyn Baker, the British Army commander in Mandatory Palestine, a young woman volunteered to do the assassination as a suicide bombing. She said, "Let my soul die with the Philistines," as a reference to the Samson story in the Hebrew Bible. Other members of the group rejected her offer. That's the background. That's all they're going to give you on this one. Interesting how that works. Funny, too, how the Samson option is one of these locked up profiles. Why is this locked up? I thought this was anybody could just come in. Why is this locked up? That's weird. How about Operation Cast Thy Bread? Operation Cast Thy Bread was the top secret biological warfare operation conducted by the Haganah and later the Israeli Defense Forces that began in April of 1948 during the 1948 Palestine War. I love how they call it all these different things, right? Right here they're calling it the 1948 Palestine War. The Haganah used typhoid bacteria to contaminate drinking water wells in violation of the 1925 Geneva Protocol. Its objective was to frighten and prevent Palestinian Arabs from returning to villages captured by the Yishuv and make conditions difficult for Arab armies attempting to retake territories. The operation resulted in severe illness among local Palestinian civilians. In the final months of the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, thought it was the 1948 Palestine War, Israel gave orders to expand the biological warfare campaign into neighboring Arab states such as Egypt, Lebanon, and Syria, but they were not carried out. Sure they weren't. Israeli Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion and IDF Chief of General Staff Yigal Yadin oversaw and approved the use of biological warfare. Because I'm making it up, right? Well poisoning. Let's see. I didn't look this one up. Is the act of malicious manipulation of potable water resources in order to cause illness or death or to deny an opponent access to fresh water resources. Well poisoning has been historically documented as a strategy during wartime since antiquity and was used both offensively as a terror tactic to disrupt and depopulate a target area and defensively as a scorched earth tactic to deny any invading army sources of clean water. Rotting corpses, both animal and human, thrown down wells were the most common implementation. In one of the earliest examples of biological warfare, corpses known to have died from common transmittable diseases of the pre-modern era, such as bubonic plague or tuberculosis, were especially favored for well poisoning. This is just funny as hell. History of implementation. Instances of medieval uses. Well poisoning has been used as an important scorched earth tactic at least since medieval times. In 1462, for example, Prince Vlad III, the Impaler of Wallachia, utilized this method to delay his pursuing adversaries. Nearly 500 years later, during the Winter War, the Finns rendered wells unusable by putting animal carcasses or feces in them in order to passively combat invading Soviet forces. 1462, huh? So, this is the history of the implementation, and it goes from 1462 to 500 years later, and now we're just immediately jumping to, during the 20th century, the practice of poisoning wells has lost most of its potency and practicality against an organized force as modern military logistics ensure secure and decontaminated supplies and resources. Nevertheless, German forces during the First World War poisoned wells in France as part of Operation Albrecht. After World War II, NACM, a paramilitary organization of about 50 Holocaust survivors, sought revenge for the murder of 6 million Jays during the Holocaust. Gosh, at least it's justified. The group's leader, Abba Kovner, went to mandatory Palestine in order to secure large quantities of poison for poisoning water mains and kill large numbers of Germans. His followers infiltrated the water system of Nuremberg. However, Kover was arrested upon arrival in the British zone of occupied Germany and had to throw the poison overboard. So, the only documented cases in modern times are the Jays. Gee, go figure. Israel poisoned the wells and water supplies of certain Palestinian towns and villages as part of their biological warfare program during the 1948 Palestine War. Back to that. Including a successful operation that caused a typhoid epidemic in Acre in early May of 1948. You know, just before the Nakba, when Israel was established. Because Israel was officially established, or the Nakba took place May 15th, 1948. So in order to do the operation that got Israel on the map, they started with well poisoning. But don't you go ahead and say that Jays do this. In an unsuccessful attempt in Gaza that was foiled by Egyptians in late May. In the late 20th century, accusations of well poisoning were brought up, most notoriously in relation to the Kosovo Liberation War. In the 21st century, Israeli settlers have been condemned due to suspicions of poisoning wells of villages in the occupied Palestine. So, all but one instance, and even that one instance, the Kosovo Liberation War, we don't really know who, but they're openly saying that Jays have done this repeatedly. So now look at this. Look at the next one. As liable against Jews. As libel against Jews. That's the next category. Medieval accusations against Jays. 2,000 Jays burned to death in Strasbourg during 1349 during the Black Death. Oh, yep. Yet again, just this random even number, 2,000. Not 2,172, 2,000. That's what this is a picture of them burning. A medieval picture showing the libel of a jay poisoning a well so causing the Black Death. So the Black Death, this terrible plague that killed a whole bunch of people in Europe, is said to have been caused by the Jays poisoning wells. And if you say that, they say, oh, that's libel. You can't say that. That's not true. Yet the only real stories of people doing that are Jays. This is a preferred method of theirs. Think about how insane this is. Think about how fucking crazy this is. Because I'm wrong, right? So I'm wrong, and I somehow went to Wikipedia and made all this up. I'm the one that did this. I'm the one that created this story. Never mind the fact that they've been accused of doing this throughout all of history. It's just not true. And instead of it being something that you debunk or you go after and you prove not true, people saying it just aren't supposed to say it. I should have kept reading the Operation Cast Thy Bread, because at one point they say that the J person, I forget his name, who was the representative for the Palestinians at the time, not only denied the accusation, but did everything they could to block anybody from looking into it. Which again, that's what you do when it's true, right? When something when you know you're on the right side of things and what you're doing is telling the truth, whether you're denying something or you're accusing someone, what you do is prevent people from talking about it because you're correct. You just don't want anybody else to look into it. Even though you would think if you're correct, you would encourage people to look into it because that would prove you correct, like I'm doing. You know, I'm doing everything I can here. I'm reading you the information they want us to know. And I'm challenging anybody to find me wrong, prove me wrong. I don't tell anybody not to say it. Don't you come in here and talk shit about me and my hair and my family and my this and my that. Don't you say that. No, go ahead. Say whatever you can say that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, because you're just acknowledging that you can't. Despite some vague understandings of how diseases could spread, the existence of viruses and bacteria was unknown in medieval times, and the outbreak of disease could not be specifically identified. Any sudden deterioration of health was often blamed on poisoning. Europe was hit by several waves of the Black Death throughout the late Middle Ages. Crowded cities were especially hard hit by the disease, with death tolls rising as high as 50% of the population. In their distress, emotionally distraught survivors searched desperately for an explanation. Oh, that's why they blamed them. It had nothing to do with any factual anything. They were just desperate to blame somebody, so they thought, let's just blame this group. Out of any other group in the world, let's just blame the group that has consistently been known to do this. The city-dwelling Jays of the Middle Ages, living in walled-up, segregated grotto districts, right, because again, they're so oppressed that they're given their own areas with walls around them and large houses, and they're given their own communities. That's what you do when you oppress somebody. You give them their own community. Segregated ghetto districts aroused suspicion. An outbreak of plague thus became the trigger for Black Death persecutions, with hundreds of Jays being burned at the stake or rounded up in synagogues and private houses that were then set aflame. Oh, these narratives, they're so dumb they can't even come up with new narratives. They've been using the same bullshit narrative the entire time. Walter LeCure writes in his book, Changing the Face of Anti-Semitism from Ancient Times to Present Day. Right, because, you know, opposing Jays having policy or predisposition favorable to them is a crime. You're supposed to shut up when they say shut up. You're supposed to have all the policies and laws and shit favorable to them, as well as how you perceive them, your predisposition. Going into this thing, you should think, well, if it's the Jays, then they're the good guys. There were no mass attacks against Jay prisoners after the period of the Black Death, but the accusation became part and parcel of anti-Semitic dogma and language. See, it would be one thing if they weren't still consistently the only ones fucking doing this horrible practice in modern times. Provable multiple instances of them doing this in modern times. then you could say, oh, these are just false accusations. But they're still doing it. So how are these false accusations? It appeared again in early 1953 in the form of the Doctor's plot in Stalin's last days, when hundreds of J physicians in the Soviet Union were arrested, and some of them killed on the charge of having caused the death of prominent leaders, communist leaders. Similar charges were made in the 1980s and the 1990s in radical Arab nationalist and Muslim fundamentalist propaganda that accused the Jays of spreading AIDS and other infectious diseases. Go fucking figure. You know, the Jays who would go to Africa and offer these free vaccinations against hepatitis or whatever it may be. And then lo and behold, those same areas would be hit with AIDS really hard from fucking monkeys, apparently. Because, you know, those crazy black people fuck monkeys. Modern instances of anti-Semitic libel. Allegations of well poisoning entwined with anti-Semitism have also emerged in the discourse around modern epidemics and pandemics such as swine flu, Ebola, avian flu, SARS, and COVID-19. Gosh, that seems really strange. That seems really strange. EU address by Mohammed Abbas, who has completely disappeared. Where the fuck is Mahmoud Abbas? Where did he go? In his address to the European Parliament on the 23rd of June 2016 in Brussels, Palestinian Authority President and PLO Chairman Mahmoud Abbas made an unsubstantiated allegation accusing rabbis of poisoning Palestinian wells. How is this unsubstantiated? Did anybody look? Did anybody look? And again, they're constantly caught doing this. This was based on false media reports saying Israeli rabbis were inciting the poisoning of water of Palestinians, led by Rabbi Shlomo Milma or Milmad, because, you know, again, all of us have multiple identities and different spellings of our names, right? From the Council of Rabbis in the West Bank settlements. A rabbi by that name could not be located, nor is such an organization listed. Oh, that's so weird. Abbas said, only a week ago, a number of rabbis in Israel announced and made a clear announcement demanding that their government poison the water to kill the Palestinians. Isn't that clear incitement to commit mass killings against the Palestinian people? The speech received a standing ovation. The speech was described as echoing anti-Semitic claims. No, it's not. Semitic refers to all of the Palestinians are Semitic. The Syrians, the Yemeni, the Iranians, the Iraqis, the Egyptians, the Africans, the blacks, they're also Semitic people. A day later, on Saturday, June 26th, Abbas admitted that his claims that the EU were baseless. Oh, looks like he got in trouble. Abbas further said that he didn't intend to do harm to Jayism or to offend Jay people around the world. Who gives a fuck? That doesn't say that it wasn't true. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu stated in a reaction that Abbas has spread a blood libel in his European Parliament address. So isn't it interesting how looking up well poisoning, it's basically 100% about them. That just seems amazingly coincidental. And then there's multiple examples of it. But then if you point it out, then you're wrong. You know, I wish it was free Palestine. I wish that was the truth, but it's not, because I don't know what free Palestine even means. What is free Palestine? Are we talking about pre-2023 Palestine? Are we talking about pre-2022, 2021? These were bad years, but pre-2006, pre-1996, pre-1983, pre-1967, pre-1948, pre-1918. Like, when are we talking about free Palestine? Free Palestine is just the thing that we're allowed to say. But the truth is, you can't say free Palestine to the Lebanese. You can't say free Palestine to the Houthis or to the Yemeni, because it's not about free Palestine. It's not even about end Israel, because Israel is just manufactured bullshit. Israel is just the invisible lines that they have created. Free from invasion, but again, that's not even a thing. Like, that's we'd have to go back to 1946 and shit, when the Palestinians were offered such a great deal that they give up 56% of their land so the Jays can have it, and they refused, so instead they lost 84% of their land or some shit like that. But it's not about free from invasion. It's free from the menace, free from the cancer of Jayism. That's what the key is. We need to remove the cult before it affects all of us. The Palestinians are just the right now victims. They're actually the yesterday victims. Right now, it's moving on to Lebanon and Syria and all these other places. You know, it's affecting us as Americans. Don't bring the kids. What are you talking about? The Israelis are killing 100 children a day. At least 100 children per day are being killed by Israel every day. They're killing people at an alarming fucking rate. But at the end of the day, like, you don't ask yourself, why do you think they should get anything? They are a disgusting cult. We are talking about a cult with all these weird rituals and disgusting, horrible practices. Again, how many of you think it's right? Like, I hate them as a people, yet what they do to their own children should not be allowed. You know, we need to end the practice of circumcision across the board. This is such a disgusting, horrible thing that we do, that we've been tricked into doing, that as Americans we think it's, oh no, it's medically necessary. No, it's fucking not. And to put your child through that sort of trauma within hours of being born is unacceptable. And yet with them, they at least wait 8 days, because they think the woman's vagina is so toxic and disgusting that it takes 7 days for them to be purified of the vagina juice. And on the 8th day, now again, compare a baby that's 8 days old and a couple of hours old, and you're going to see two completely different babies. You know, the baby that's 8 days old has experienced love, shelter, happiness, comfort, soft, warm food, you know, at least nourishment. You know, they've experienced multiple things. The hours-old baby has no idea of what's going on. And yet the Jays, on the 8th day, they have a party called a bris, where all the family comes in, family and friends, and they come watch as the moil performs Brit Milah, which is the circumcision, and then Matitza Bippa, which is sucking on that motherfucker. And then after that, they pass the baby around and let it know that it's loved. Whereas with us, we get circumcised, we go into shock. You know, the baby has no idea what's going on. It goes into shock. It's then taken from the operating room into the incubator until it comes out of shock and passes out. Then they bring it to the parents and go, oh, look, little man had his surgery. He's tired. It's a case by case basis thing. Complications can arise from having foreskins. My bro had this done because of complications. No, the idea of this is bullshit. This is bullshit. What complications can arise from being born? What natural complications can arise? And just because there are a handful of people that might have complications, it does not justify the trauma that is done to hours-old babies in order to prevent God from destroying the earth again and continuing to show rainbows. They didn't know about medical bullshit back in the day. They didn't know about medical complications that arose from... No. It's because Abraham was having a conversation with God, you know, with the God phone. And God said, listen, I require this of you. You need to circumcise yourself and then all of your slaves. And do that from here on out. And as long as the Jays continue to circumcise, I'll never destroy the earth again, and I'll show it to you by showing you rainbows. You gotta circumcise the Jays in your ritual, and then circumcise all your slaves. Mark your slaves as slave property. That's why Goyim are circumcised. To mark us as slave property. To traumatize us. Why do you think the United States has the highest prison population? Has such a penis-focused rape fucking culture that we live in? Why do you think that is? You think it has anything to do with our genitals being traumatized within hours of being born? No. If it was a medical necessity, it would be across the board. Yet in Europe, they flat out say the benefits do not weigh the risks. It's a terrible, terrible procedure, and it does not need to be done. But especially in the community where they're sucking on that motherfucker. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? This is horrendous. It's horrendous that we allow our children to be mutilated at birth because they've tricked us into thinking, you know, well, you don't want your kid to not look like the other kids. Here, let's make your penis slightly smaller. That's a good idea. Let's remove the necessary glands that are there. It's not just loose skin hanging off. There are glands and shit in there. Ancient superstitions aside, yup. I'm supposed to read these comments. I'm supposed to read comments of the shit talkers who refuse to acknowledge to prove they're real people so that they can feel better. Ancient superstitions aside, I look like a crazy man for saying we need to stop mutilating children. Who the fuck is gonna say that other than J pedos? The J pedos trying to fucking manipulate the Goynaccio. So Abraham, this old man, circumcises himself, and then he goes to his slaves, and he's like, hey, I know you guys are slaves and your life sucks, but I'm going to need to cut your penis skin off now. God told me we got to do that to stop him from destroying the world again. Think about how disgusting these fucking people are, man. They eat it, and a lot of times they eat the foreskin, they eat the placenta. They are fucking disgusting. And like I say, they have to wait till the 8th day because they believe a woman's vagina is so toxic that the baby has to, stay. So in the community, every month that women have their periods, they then have to go to what's called a mikvah. The mikvah is so important to their community that they actually build the mikvah before they build the temple for worship. And basically, the women go into the mikvah, they get checked by the attendant to see if there's any blood still there. If there's any blood, they have to wait a week and come back. But if there's no blood, then they go and they get into this special pool that is standing nasty water. It's been there, it's not like it drains and they fill it. Person after person goes in this water and they just top it off as it starts to evaporate or whatever. They can put tap water in it to top it off. They can't fill it with tap water. It has to be standing water that was collected in a certain way. But after they get checked, they go into this water and cleanse themselves so they can then run home and their husband will have sex with them. Go ahead, tell me what I'm getting wrong. Tell me what I'm getting wrong here. Go ahead, tell me how it's a bad thing to be obsessed with preventing children from being molested and mutilated. Like, this is the bullshit. The female on here, she just does nothing but prove how stupid she is. And literally says the same dumb nonsense every day. Yeah, no, how dare you? You should be focused on Trump changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico. How dare you be obsessed with stopping children from being raped and mutilated? Oh, you're a terrible person. I don't do that, so you shouldn't do that. Right, we know you don't do that, you piece of shit. Yet another fake troll account that comes here every day to beg for attention, but won't prove that they're real. Isn't that strange? I mean, making a simple video is easy to do. Fucking easy to do. All you gotta do is, I mean, most of us make videos on a regular basis. You could easily just make a quick video, send it to me, I'll see it, I'll acknowledge that I see it, and then you can remove it because, again, if you make a video about me, it's going to go viral, and that's what my secret plan is to get my videos of people talking shit about me to go viral. This is how dumb my detractors are. Because they can't sit here. How are they going to justify the cutting and sucking of baby penises? How are you going to justify it? I would love to hear your justification for why it's okay. You know, this is really fucking disgusting on our end. This is a disgusting, disgusting aspect of humanity that needs to be eliminated as quickly as they do. We need to stop doing that to our children immediately. And people need to understand what's going on. The hospital does a really good job of keeping you from actually knowing what goes on. But what they do is they take your baby from you. They leave it in the little incubator thing by itself, not knowing what's going on. Once they get the operation room or whatever, the table set up, they bring your baby out. They strap it down in like a crucifix position where its arms are off to the side, strapped down, and its legs are strapped down. They then put this little thing that's shaped like a bell over the tip of the penis, and when they spin it around, a blade comes out and cuts the foreskin. And when that happens, your baby goes, ah! And goes into shock. And then they take this baby that's in shock and probably needs love more than any time in its life from here on out, and they put it back in the incubator and let it go through the motions of coming out of being in shock, all by itself, all alone, no love, no nothing, until it's finally able to be presented to you as this exhausted baby. It's so exhausted. If people actually knew what was happening to their babies, they wouldn't do it. But it's all kept from you. It's all secret. And they make it sound like, oh, they're just removing a little bit of extra skin. The God that you believe in can't dinkle dinkle dink that skin away. Nope, the God that you believe in keeps making babies the same way, and then they have to be mutilated at birth within hours of being born. Still have mom in their eyes and shit like that. It's fucking awful, man. It's just unfucking real. And as the comments point out, if I smoked all of the meth in the world, and I ate all the crack, and I drank all the alcohol, and I beat my wife, and I beat my children, and I kicked my dog, and I did all of these horrible, horrible things, would that take anything away from the disgusting concept of circumcision? And then, of course, in the community where they actually cut and suck on it, does anything I do outweigh that? I don't think so. But again, notice that the fake profiles are doing everything they can to try to make me look crazy. Not debunk what I'm saying or, elaborate and make things understandable. And not any of that. They want you to think I'm crazy because they know they're not going to affect me. I allow them to be here for a reason. I'm God to them. If I take my existence away from them, they will go through hell and high water to make other accounts to be able to watch me. That's how important I am. And they sit here and desperately try and cry for my attention, saying whatever crazy shit they can come up with. Hopefully I'll respond to them. Yet they won't debunk me. I've told you guys time and time again, the only way you're going to affect me is to make me look stupid. Is to debunk something I'm saying or prove that I'm lying or something like that. Otherwise, everything you do is what I allow you to do. And yet they're dumb enough to fall for it every fucking time. Because they're dumb Jays. The dumb Jays who say, if you open up the books on Israel, you demonize Israel. Well, if Israel wasn't a horrible, horrible country who did nothing but terrible things, they couldn't be demonized, then could they? None of you think that if I open the books on you, it's going to demonize you, do you? Are you that bad of people that you think if people look into your past, it's going to demonize you? Probably not. But the Jays think that way. Oh, now Matt is talking about my hair. Oh, so Matt must like his dudes with short hair. And what color do you like your dude's hair? What haircut do you prefer your dudes to have there, Matty? You like them to be clean shaven or you like them to have a little scruff? How do you prefer your dudes to look, Matt? I would imagine you want them having much whiter skin than me too, right? Criticism of Israel is not anti-Semitic. No, it's not. Anti-Semitic would be a racist term going against all of the people of the area. Criticism against Israel is anti-Semitism. And that's not a bad thing. That's something we should be proud of. This is the part that people just don't understand. When you hear that statement, criticism of Israel isn't anti-Semitism, it absolutely is. And you should be anti-Semitism. Because here, we'll show you real quick. Now, I always want to show you this one to the fullest because I know people like to hide behind stupid shit. So, Semitism, we're on the Google. Semitism definition. Merriam-Webster Semitism definition. So, we're here on the page.
Semitism.
See? It's here.
Semitism.
Okay. Number 1A, Semitic character or qualities. Number 1B, a characteristic feature of Semitic language occurring in another language. Number 2, policy or predisposition favorable to Jays. So according to the Jays, we should not talk about Israel. We should not criticize. We should not because that is anti-Semitism. That is us going against the idea that they have policy and predisposition favorable to them. That's what anti-Semitism means. Going against supremacy. Semitism equals supremacy. If the laws, the policies, and the perspective is favorable to you for no other reason than you're a J, that is supremacy. So proudly, criticism of Israel is anti-Semitism. Be proud of it. There's a reason why they don't refer to it as anti-J. That's anti-J-ish. They don't say that for a reason. Because they don't care if you believe in their J nonsense. What they care about is you thinking they have policy and predisposition favorable to them. That's what they want. They want you to be a dumbass Christian who thinks the bad guys of the Bible, the people who killed God's only son, Christian God's only son, are also Christian God's favorite chosen people. That's who they want you to be. They don't want you to be a J. They don't want you converting to their shit. Christians want you to be a convert. Muslims want you to convert because they feel like they're saving your soul, and they want, as fucked up as it may be, they want the best for you. J's want you to be one of those things. Preferably Christians, so you call them God's chosen people and you turn a blind eye to what they do. But you need to be proud. You need to be proud to call out their disgusting bullshit. You need to be proud to stand up against this shit. This group that siphons our tax dollars off so they can murder people. As Americans, don't you wish your roads were better? Don't you wish your infrastructure was better? All the pipes would get redone so we're not getting poisoned from them? Don't you wish that there was a pedophile task force out there that was doing what the Alex Rosens are doing, but had the authority to go from step 1 to step 2 without any interference? Don't you think there should be more veterans programs here in the United States? Don't you think there should be more women's programs, more homeless people stuff, all of that, drug programs? Wouldn't $3.8 billion a year plus be better spent on those things than giving it to Israel? Why would real Americans want us to give our money to a foreign country to commit genocide? Obviously, these profiles are not Americans. Obviously, these profiles are not Christians and all, they're dumb Jays. And because they're too stupid to actually debunk what I say, they say all this other crazy shit with their fake fucking profiles. This guy says, ain't seen this man's live videos in like a week. As soon as I find him, yup, you ain't seen us, huh? I ain't seen it, blah, blah, blah. Think about how stupid this has to be. Who isn't going to come on here and specifically be like, you know what? Fuck yeah. Let's stop giving money to this other organization. Let's be mad at our president for making it illegal to talk bad about a foreign country. For stopping funding to an educational institution over Israel. Your buddy Trump is the one that pulls out and pushes in Netanyahu's chair, not the other way around. It's all insanity. And if you fall for it, you're the sheep you're supposed to be. You're the dumb goyim you're supposed to be. And that's what they want. They want good, compliant little fucking worker bees. So they can maintain the life they like. So they can decide to go skiing in Vail and then head to Hawaii and then head up to Burning Man and then jump over to Japan. And then, they want to be able to do those things as they want to do them. And the only way that can happen is if we're all here keeping those things ready for them. They're not going to eliminate us. They can't eliminate the population because then they're going to be affected. They're not going to cook their own French fries. They're not going to build their own roads. They need us for that. But as long as you think it's a death, doom, and gloom genocide situation, they're trying to kill it, you're always going to be psychologically fucking depleted. And instead of realizing how much better you are than just some dumb goyim here to service these piece of shit Jays, you're going to sit here and defend them? Well, you're not going to defend them. You're going to talk shit about me for talking about them. You're not going to actually argue anything. You're not going to make any, reasonable statements or anything like that. You're just going to cry and beg for my attention while you watch me for hours on end every single day. That just makes so much sense. Notice how there's not a single person even attempting to debunk what I'm saying. They're just talking shit because that's all they're capable of doing. There is no debunking what I'm saying. It's the truth. That's why I read the information they want us to read. Because it's the truth and there's no debunking it. It's right there in front of you. There's no coalition, Trump coalition against racism, against the mistreatment of Asians, of black people, of any minorities whatsoever. There is a coalition to combat anti-Semitism, though. Spelled the old way, not the new way. Remember, in 2020, they decided to change the spelling of a word that had existed for over 120 years, 130 years. Spelled the same way, ANTI-SEMITISM. Originally coined for exactly what I'm saying, to go against J supremacy, to go against the policy and predisposition favorable to the Jays. And in 2020, while you guys were all distracted by COVID, they held hearings, legislation, whatever it takes to change the spelling of a word. Never heard of that happening in any other situation. From ANTI-SEMITISM to ANTI-SEMITISM. All one word, all lowercase. Why? For the stated reason that they didn't want us, Goyim, thinking that anti-Semitism opposed something called Semitism. They didn't want us to know that there actually is something called Semitism, and it's supremacy. It's flat out supremacy. There's no other way to read that than J supremacy. Therefore, anti-Semitism is anti-J supremacy. And they don't like that. They don't like you speaking up against what they have to say. They don't even want you talking about the good stuff. They just don't want you talking about them. There's a great interview with Morgan Freeman where Maury, what's his name from 60 Minutes is or Mike Wallace. I don't remember which one it is. I don't give a shit. But he's asking Morgan Freeman, like, so you don't want there to be a Black History Month? And Morgan Freeman's like, no, it's stupid. All history is Black history. Why would it be regulated down to a month, the coldest, shortest, shitty month of the year? And he said to him, well, do you want there to be a J History Month? And he was like, before he could even finish, the guy was like, oh, no. No. Why not? Because it's a fucking joke. It's a way to trivialize things and separate and segregate. But they don't want a J History Month for some strange reason. Anyway, going off today, huh? Go get your free download, www.the-bilderberg-group.com. It's free. All we ask is that you share it with someone, and then go to my GoFundMe page and blah, 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 blah. Give me all your money. Give me all your money. No, it's free. It'll tell you that it's an unsecured website. It's not. it'll tell you that it'll ask you how much you want to pay. You can put $0 or you can put $155,000 in there if you want to. Anything will be appreciated, but it's free, and all we ask is that you share it with someone. I'm also going to include a link to Hollywoodism. Hollywoodism is the thing to watch. I'm not sitting here telling you to go watch this movie, go watch that movie, go this. I think there are good things out there. 200 Proofs the Earth is Not a Spinning Ball is a great thing to watch. A Rich Man's Trick is a great thing to watch, even though it's bullshit. And in A Rich Man's Trick, they flat out tell you, anything you've seen, anything that your dumbass has had access to, is a CIA operation. Loose change, the Obama, anything, Alex Jones, the Obama deception, all of the videos that are allowed to have thousands of viewers are CIA operations, which would include A Rich Man's Trick. Now, 200 Proofs the Earth is Not a Spinning Ball, that's a really hard video to find. They do a lot. You can, if you search it on YouTube, you'll find a bunch of bullshit debunk videos, which don't debunk anything. They just talk shit. It's fucking stupid. But you won't find the actual video. There's another video called 6 Million Lies. That's a really hard one to find, but if you can, find it. The difference between all of these movies and Hollywoodism is these movies are supposedly made by regular people who are, trying to get the information out. And it's controversial, and it's this, that, and the other thing. Hollywoodism was made in 1996 or 98 by the Jays to brag about how the Jays absolutely control Hollywood and have from the beginning and use it to manipulate the entire American perception. It's why you believe in a two-party system. It's why you think the history is what it is. It's because of Hollywoodism. They have controlled everything, and they admit it, they acknowledge it, they brag about it. If I made Hollywoodism and I used people of color instead of Jays, and we made a word-for-word remake, except for every time they said we said they or them, it would be panned. It would be, anti-Semitic tropes, you can't say that, you can't say that. So the good thing is, they made it. They're the stupid people who, again, if you open up the books on Israel, you demonize Israel. They're so stupid they made this movie literally bragging about it, but like I read you in the well poisoning thing. I'll read you 58 examples of how the Jays have poisoned wells. And then there's the next section is how you can't say the Jays poison wells because that's libel. Like, it's just insane how stupid these people are. How the fuck they're able to control us. If it weren't for distraction and hate and all that shit, there's no way they would control us. They're too stupid. So they made Hollywoodism. I provide the link, and I'm also providing a link to our newest song, our newest release, which is Nice Try Diddy. Hashtag Nice Try Diddy. And it's the video for it, and you can go to Facebook, and you can check out all the videos you have, the music videos. You can go get the free download again at www.the-bilderberg, BILDERBERG-group.com. So go get your free download, go watch Hollywoodism, and then go to the Facebook page and watch all the music videos. And I'm telling you, it's Team Goyim. This is how we surpass them. This is how we overthrow them. It's grassroots at its finest. It's modern day grassroots. And the only way we can succeed is if we work together. So go check that shit out. Go get your free downloads, all that shit. And most importantly, all of you pedophiles, especially you in the comments, go kill yourself.